Eh.
And we are live. Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 83. How are you, Gray?
I've been better. Better now, which is good. Yeah. But I'm here. I'm talking about movies, and hey, there weren't any horrible ones this time, so yeah, it's better than most weeks. What about you? How you doing, Multi?
I'm doing great. So I'm excited to talk about all of that. So yeah, we got really good movies. I didn't connect with all of them, and I will say that some of them were really rough to watch.
I can already imagine which one it is.
I think I know which one it is too, and I don't think he gets the full context of it.
Give Timothy Chalamet a break.
No, that's not the one. That's not the one, Gray. And by the
he
way,
was
Gray,
right actually. Two of them are musical that I could not stand. I'm sorry, all of the Willy Wonka fans.
you know what?
Blasphemy.
You need to actually sit and watch The Music Man.
Oh, please no! Don't tell me that's another of these annoying musical.
Okay, you've got no room to talk about annoying musicals. You like the color purple, the musical, man. I don't know. Like, I don't see how you enjoy that, but think Willy Wonka is overrated, and it's an annoying musical. Come on, sir.
And here's the thing. Here's the funny fact about The Music Man. Seth MacFarlane has tried to have every single one of those musical numbers in Family Guy. Shapoopy was originally in The Music Man. And that led to so. Don't hate too badly on musicals. And because your favorite actor, Hugh Jackman, did what is it? The P.T. Barnum. What was it called? Ringmaster or something?
I don't know.
I'll have to find it. Because if you like Hugh Jackman, he was famous for doing musicals.
Isn't it like The Greatest Showman or something
Greatest
like that?
Showman,
I never actually saw that one.
Yeah, it's Greatest Showman.
How are you, Overlord 9000?
Oh, I'm doing fun. School is picking up and stuff, and well, I had school. Just to warn you, Thursday mornings I have school. So, when you do delays, when you just change the day, just so you know, Thursday morning I have school. So
we don't stream in the morning because
fortunately, but I might get time. I might get time when I'm just a bit tired after.
Yeah. DC also has school. That's why we don't do morning. Usually we keep it like evenings. And yeah. What about you, Tiamat D-Lord? How are you today?
I'm good. I am very, very good, yes.
Amazing. What about you, DC? How are you today?
Been doing good.
This is amazing. Anyhow, I think it's the right moment to start the Princess Mononoke talk. And I will let...
Love the way you said that.
Isn't the
he
right
butchers
way?
it horribly.
Hell yeah, that's how we do it.
Beautifully.
Beautifully. Okay, that's perfect. That's good to know. I will let Overlord 9000 start on that one.
Oh yeah, it was let's just say it's far more brutal than the usual Miyazaki fare. I mean, sure, if it was that scene in Spirited Away when Haku was, in a bad state, and sort of like all yokai seem to be terrified of blood, but it's like, limbs are flying and lots of people getting ripped apart or turning into these freaky parasite monsters here in the head. Like that. There's a much higher body count than the usual fare.
Yeah, that's kind of shocking how much blood there is. Like that's a animation movie, and usually they don't take that much risk. Um, do you want to add more to this Overlord 9000?
Not much. I mean, not much. Uh, interesting, entertaining. Not exactly my favorite Miyazaki movie, but still liked it. I'd say 7 or 8 something.
Okay. What about you, Gray? What did you think of that movie?
Yeah, I so I absolutely love Princess Mononoke. It is a really interesting film. It's unlike a lot of Hayao Miyazaki's other ones, as you know, Overlord 9000 was mentioning. It is a lot more brutal. They do have a PG rating on this one, which most of the other ones are G. So they took full advantage of it with, you know, decapitations, delimbing. It's pretty nice. So I just love the animation in this. Everything just seems so alive. Uh, just the action scenes. You can tell that he really is a master of how to cut action together. Just the fight scenes, like when he stops the fight between, you know, Princess Mononoke and now I can't remember her name, Lady
Lady Eboshi.
Thank you. So when he stops that fight, just I don't know, the quick cuts that are going through there, when he gets shot, just everything, like it just has a way of impacting. The impact is really felt with the way that he's cutting around the action, which is really rare for you know, animated movies. But a lot of this, he's really not treating it like an animated movie, and it's just it is so beautiful. I think this is like my third favorite Miyazaki film. I think Spirited Away, which we just saw, is my second, but hopefully someday we'll see Nausicaa. That one is also amazing. But yeah, this film, it's just so impactful. And it's, you know, kind of a familiar type story. It lands with the same type of tropes as, say, like Avatar or Fern Gully, or, you know, there's countless other ones where it's like, okay, man is evil, nature is great. I love his take on it. It isn't just that. It's not just, you know, man is evil, nature is good. Everything, like, I would implore, like, any of you, who is the villain in this movie?
It'll be you, Greg.
Like, it's, well, yes, I always am the villain. But I don't know. Like, you really do understand, like, Lady Avoshi's, you know, her entire reason for doing this. It doesn't seem like it's just, you know, she wants to destroy the land. It seems like she is helping out people.
There's also the fact that she
accepting
never truly seems to antagonize the main character, even after he turns on her. She's still generally respectfully
for sure.
Well,
and she's taking in the lepers and the whores and giving them, you know, work that they seem happy with, and giving them a place to live, giving them protection. So I don't know. She's not really the villain, and then same thing with nature. It's not really the villain.
Compared to, say, Mushka from Castle in the Sky, a complete, I mean, a scumbag, absolute scumbag, eh?
Like,
yeah. And I mean, there's bad traits to a bunch of these. Like, for instance, the Boar King. Now I can't remember his name, but you know, he sends his people in to be killed. Like, hopefully he'll take out some of the other ones, but he doesn't seem to be so concerned with the lives of his own people.
Really hates humans.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
I mean,
and kind of the way that it depicts the monkeys too. I love how ambiguous this is and how gray it is, and it seems, you know, like it is more about balance rather than truly like good versus evil. And I don't know, I can't praise that enough for this type of film, which is somewhat of a trope. It is just done so well. I really enjoy this. And then I'm assuming you guys watched the English dub of it. The dub is amazing. The sub is also amazing. The original voice acting for it. They really take time to, you know, get the translations right and get the right actors for this. I can't give enough praise to this one. I really love this film.
That's interesting how you asked who is the villain. Maybe I have an answer, like their philosophy of everyone.
Which one?
The philosophy of everyone involved, because everyone has something wrong with them. but maybe we could go deeper and say like the idea of like the demon taking over. But again, that's more of an idea than the character themselves. So yeah. By the way, I've seen the freaking subs, so that took me out fast. I still kind of enjoyed because the idea was really cool. The animation was great, but that was very hard for me to get it through and to watch.
So it kind of cut out for me. Could you say that one more time? What took you out of it?
The subtitles. I ate subtitles and I could not find a dub. So I did struggle a lot. I won't
I don't know, man.
hold
That
it
just seems
against
like
the
a you
movie.
problem, though.
No, I
Like,
don't-
I won't hold
really-
it against the
He
movie,
is a
but
localizer problem.
it sounds like you are, though. You said it took you out of it.
yeah,
Really, you should have been immersed in the world.
but it's still a good movie. I just could not wrap my head around subtitles. I just can't. D Lord, what did you think of Princess Mononoke?
It is a film that has. I mean, it's very, very old at this point. But you talk about it didn't have. It was still that 90s, 2000s anime before you had censorship. And it could afford to go a little dark.
Of course, it had to be just that moment.
It lagged. Poor guy.
Yeah.
I hope he will be able to get back in. So I guess since he's away lagging out somewhere else, I will take over.
Okay, I got a couple of questions for you. So you were saying that the subtitles really took you out, but I mean, there's so much of this that is just show, not tell. So like,
I
there's
like
a lot of it
that
that you don't
because-
really need any of the audio for, really. I don't know. Could you at least appreciate? So every bit of this is hand drawn as well. It was prior to computer animation. So I don't know. Can you at least appreciate the art that this movie is?
Yes, and again, I may sound like I ailed it against the movie, but I didn't. It was a roadblock for me. That's what I wanted to
So-
say.
Before I brutally before yes, note to self: do not try to play anything with De Nouveau and multitask. But the idea of it is, it's a film that can afford to be darker because it was set in a time that, like, have you guys reviewed Akira yet?
Yeah,
Yes, we
last
did
week.
Last week, yeah.
What was his opinion of Akira?
I struggled again because subtitles, but I did enjoy the idea, and a lot of things were decent about it. I'm not saying it's a bad movie because that's a me issue, but I did struggle a lot. I will even go there and say that I struggled much more with Akira than Princess Mononoke.
Was it the
yeah.
dark subtle? Was it the subtle tones that bothered you?
I actually had more issues with that movie, but I can't remember which were they. I could find my notes again, but that's like far away in my memory, you know. I'm
So-
already watching stuff for next week.
I bring that up because it's the idea of a lot of stuff you'll see a period of anime was inspired by both Princess Mononoke as well as Akira, as well as if you ever watch Neon Genesis Evangelion, these rebuilds, they were a foundational piece for the time period. So they could also afford to be darker. It wasn't as much as, and you're also reviewing Grave of the Fireflies. That is very controversial, but it is a good film. It has stood the test of time, but it's part of a period that can afford to be darker, but it tells a story.
Yeah.
And you wonder why there wasn't as much censorship, because it was made for video. Have you guys you haven't reviewed Pan's Labyrinth yet, have you?
Not yet, but
should.
we could in the future. So, D-Lord, since you recommend that much, you could make a list of stuff, and we could take in your suggestion because you have very interesting ideas. So make a list of stuff.
I probably will. I don't watch. Look, you gotta watch something good once in a while. See, Studio Ghibli makes some interesting stuff. Like Spirited Away is a very much a natured film. There, it goes in varieties.
Yeah.
Because the idea of the fantasy feudal Japan trope, you could arguably say it did inspire Inuyasha.
Yeah.
Which Akira inspired a lot of cyberpunk style future stuff. But it is a darker overtone.
Yeah.
And the story, and just to give a little context, by the way, because the Japanese have a very interesting relationship with spirits. Like, when Logan Paul, like, the suicide...
that in it.
People don't understand. They do not like spirits hanging around as much as there can be good spirits as evil spirits.
Yeah.
And the concept of something turning evil and trying to kill people is not out of the ordinary either. So it comes from a lot of the cultural forest, because that's actually why they don't make light of the suicide forest for reasons.
Okay.
You don't know about that.
I don't. So let's go back to Princess Mononoke. Nice tangent, by the way. But yeah, did you said everything you wanted to say about Princess Mononoke?
I mean,
or
pretty
you want
much.
to add more?
No, it's
Okay.
pretty much what it is. You have to have the context too of how the Japanese view spirits and they view stuff. A little bit of context in the matter does help, because that's a lot of hard time to understand. Because it's not like that's why when I asked if you've reviewed Akira is very dark and it's meant to be dark.
Yeah, and I like that aspect to it. I wasn't the biggest Akira fan, but there were things I did enjoy about that movie. Anyhow, here are my thoughts about Princess Mononoke. I'd like to massacre that name for some reason. First issue, plot convenience, bumping into the girls attacked by criminals. That was early in the movie. Even if the action sequence was cool, it was like pure coincidence. It was pure convenience. Next issue would be
how is that a convenience? Like, they're basically terrorizing everyone, and he left. Like, the whole reason why his village was, set aside was because they had the war with the samurais before, and they didn't want to be a part of it, so they kind of hid themselves. Now he's forced out of that. He had to, cut off his top knot, and now he's going back into society, which these guys have been like, the thugs and kind of strongholds of it. I don't know.
If he didn't show up on time, you would have missed them. That's always like right time, right place, and right people.
But I mean, that could be literally said about anything. If you didn't show up on time, you would miss it.
So okay. You often say, like, you hate the concept of, like, he's trying to set the characters up to be, I guess, correct. So it's like you're either going to have a thing that the protagonists never meet, or there's not a way. You have to set up the meeting, and that is a big part of anime and manga culture. You have to set up the meetings of the characters. It's not always plot convenience.
You know what is plot convenient? Usually it depends on. You know what you know what is plot convenience? It's what someone who has very. It's when plot convenience is when would be when a very specific random event, like someone is interested in, like he's looking around for the thing, and he was actively looking around for it. He would have and especially bandits do lots of noise, right?
Yeah.
I mean, now the only downside when you're talking about a film like this, and I'm going to push you on that plot convenience, is because if you've ever seen Inuyasha, there's a reason. If the writer has to establish why the characters are connected, and if they never establish that, it's usually bad.
Yeah.
So you're usually going to always have that moment where the character stumbles into the other, but they don't know why they.
I don't like when they stumble like that. Again, a good way to fix it, instead of being on a random road, make it happen like naturally, like with the story. Like I don't know, man. It's a very hard example.
It's the one road to society, though. Like, it's not like some random road. Like, he didn't just point at a map and like, I'm going there.
If it was part of society and then this happens in society, maybe I would accept it a bit more. But here it's just like, oh, I'm crossing that road and these criminals are crossing that same road. Oh, timing.
So, I don't know, like every definition I'm seeing of like plot convenience would be something that happens in an unnatural manner.
Like, for example, if the bandits are in a place where you never meet bandits, if you're in a place where bandit attacks are common, it'd be odd to not meet any bandits.
What they could do, but that would maybe affect pacing. That could do the work is you show like 2 times.
But they said it before that like they have chosen to isolate themselves because they kept getting attacked by the samurai. They didn't want that anymore, and now that he's cursed, he can't be a part of this. He's cast out. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's unnatural, like that something would happen for this. Or it doesn't feel like the situation's forced. But maybe I'm looking at it differently.
Now, if the plot reason is stupid, why? Now, I will say plot convenience, and this is usually my definition, if the writers or the creator, the person who creates it, doesn't have an explanation, I will say it's lazy. But if they set it up as open and obvious as it is in this film, one road, bandits are on this road, and it is feudal Japan, and of course, if you don't know nothing about it, it's usually very rooted in culture over there. It wouldn't be. So plot convenience would be, oh, it sounds stupider. That's more of a Western ideology. So that's why I say, right? If it's lazy plot development, where they're just trying to get, like, example, the new Little Mermaid. That's plot convenience.
I mean, there's so many problems. For example, how can a bird breathe underwater?
Some birds can breathe underwater.
But but I mean, instead of have a full conversation underwater, a seagull.
Is that not the only thing? The Scuttlebutt song is the greatest thing ever, but
so maybe guys convince me, but I will ask you. Maybe I missed that because subtitle I ate too. But did they mention before the bandits appeared on screen? Did they mention that this road was used by bandits and criminals? Was it like hinted at before it happened?
So, I mean, no, but that would be like so forced in dialogue. Like, hey, you got to leave the village through the one road with the whole bunch of bandits. Hope you don't get, bandited.
Well, maybe it's just because says, watch out for bandits, huh?
They did mention that their village has been at war, and like they chose to isolate themselves to protect themselves against that.
If it was a small, I guess if it did say like "watch out for bandits," then
Did they say that? Watch out for bandits.
it's been a while, so I can't quite remember.
They did not say the words "watch out for bandits." They made it clear that the samurai had been not only attacking their village, but the other ones as well, making everybody desperate and stealing their goods. So it's, kind of set up that people would be desperate and desperate things would happen due to this force that seems to be attacking everybody else. From that, you could then surmise that, yes, people would get desperate and steal from others, bandits. But no, it doesn't specifically say there's going to be bandits on this road.
Okay, so you just destroyed the only way I could.
Man, your
defense.
standards are so crazy that, like, unless he specifically says this is going to happen,
I thought
then
I had
it's a
high
plot convenience. Yeah, like,
man, I thought I had
I think you gotta like reassess your whole plot convenience thing. Because hey, is it a plot convenience that you're here right now, or
we did set it up?
Is it unnatural though? Like a situation where something in the plot in an unnatural manner. So he's cast out. He has to go to this place where obviously the samurai has been attacking everyone and stealing their shit, thus making people desperate. And then these desperate people try to rob him. That doesn't seem like a plot convenience to me, but it seems like that's very natural in the world that this is. But fair enough, to you, that seems unnatural. Fine. Sorry, I won't interrupt you again. Please continue.
Well, if you do have argument for the next plot convenience, I will be happy to hear about it. And remember, like, sometimes you do change my mind. Oh, we got a surprise. I didn't expect this anymore, but here he is. Welcome.
Hey, plot convenience. How did he do all those things while he was injured? What a plot convenience.
Isn't it a plot convenience that Cole's here? It seems unnatural that he's here right now. It's a plot convenience.
Yeah, that's very.
How are you, Cole?
Yeah, doing better, so I decided to show up. Yeah,
That's
I had
yeah.
to stop you. I had to stop you with this shit.
That feels good, man. You made my day. Like, just you showing up like casually like that, bro. That's amazing. That's like the best surprise of the day. So I'm glad you're doing better, man. I hope you will keep doing better. That's good news. So we were into Princess Mononoke and me destroying the name and mentioning plot convenience number 2, which is my next issue. Bumping into bold bodies and white creatures. That was early in the movie when he rescued these people.
So those are the spirits of the forest. They don't do anything. Like, you're talking about the white creatures, right? The forest sprites.
Yeah.
How is that a plot convenience?
Yeah,
bumping into bold buddies.
Somebody was just at my door. Could you repeat it?
Bumping into bold buddies and the white creatures. So that was early in the movie.
How is that a plot convenience?
Because he randomly bumped into 2 buddies. He was like, oh, 2 buddies. Oh, the white creatures are there.
2 bodies? You mean when there's the battle
and
and he takes the wounded guy and the dead guy and then the sprites next to him? So that's a plot convenience because in a battle, a guy died.
It just happens to appear there.
The film, a lot of those similar scenes and bumping into people like injured happen a lot. So how is it a plot convenience?
It's plot convenience. Okay.
It happens all the time in that area though, as they've shown throughout the rest of the film. So it's not really much of a plot.
This I admit it happens a lot, but that just shows that this story is contrived.
I'm guessing he just has a very strict definition of plot convenience. So I'm guessing it takes something that's so unbelievably to happen that he wouldn't cause it. But yeah, that's just
there's some characters who are just very lucky, who are sometimes stated to be lucky. I mean, like Nathan Drake in Uncharted, he's much stated to be very lucky. So sometimes you just, if you're lucky, I mean, the thing will happen in favor if you're lucky. I mean,
scenarios like that happen all the time.
So that lucky potion and
I
So I'm done shitting on the movie. I will say
well,
that
well, that's good. Is it also a plot convenience though that every war movie main character doesn't die in 10 minutes?
hell yeah,
So
freaking big
is it a
one.
plot convenience that he just happens to be there when the boar creature like comes to attack his village like right in the beginning? How is that not a plot convenience based off of everything else? He just happened to be
Well, he lived on that village. That was his birthplace.
and he was
living
cast
there.
out of it and had to go down the one road and he just happened to get burgled at that time.
He wasn't cast out early in the movie. He was cast out
Yes,
after he
he
got
was.
infected. He got cast out after he got infected.
Is it also a plot convenience so that he runs into that guy that then he meets later and he just happens to be important?
Actually, Cole, you just.
Oh my god, no! I was joking.
Cole, thank you. I can think of another point.
So okay, you really can't. But in order to take off your
man.
point, please justify it. So, what was the dude with the big shoes, the tall shoes? What was he doing there? If you can answer that, then you'll know that it's not a plot convenience. But if you can't, I could understand why you'd think it's a plot convenience.
I will be honest, I forgot because it's been
Yeah,
like forever.
I think that
have
might
seen
be
it
going on with a
over
lot of
weeks
these
ago.
things, man. Like they are
Maybe-
set up.
Maybe I didn't mark it down because I thought that was fair play, maybe. So I won't add it. But Cole, maybe you're right. I would need to
No,
rewatch
I'm
the
not
movie
right.
to.
It was a joke. Please stop.
I would need to rewatch the movie to see if you're right.
Yeah, maybe
Aw,
with the
come
dub
on.
this time, which is pretty easy to find. I don't know how you didn't find it.
Anyhow, I thought the action and the blood was cool. The music was amazing. The lore was entertaining. Again, I enjoyed most of the movie, but the fact that I was reading through subtitle did hurt my experience. So how stuff got resolved was kind of cool. Like the main character trying to help out as many as he could, and the fact that that demon took over like by the end was really cool. But yeah, that movie almost 2 weeks ago because I always take advance on what we are covering. So I won't dig myself too deep into this. I like the movie, despite the subtitles. So as a viewer, my experience was between a 7 and an 8. But as a critique, because I could only point out to 2 issues, guys tried your best to defend these 2 issues, but
Non-issues. You're misspeaking.
this time around, I will keep them there. And my grade for this movie. Oh, actually, I will let Cole talk before I give my grade. Cole, what did you think of Princess Mononoke?
Yeah, I thought it was an amazing film. This is my second favorite Miyazaki film. Just a beautiful story, and another classic Miyazaki film that's just nice metaphors for nature and the human spirit. He clearly shows like a huge disgust for humanity in this and referencing many things in real life, but still gives hope and belief to it all. I love how it also, it's really difficult to truly know or identify which character is which ones are good and which ones are bad. It shows that not everyone or no one is really truly evil, and how each character has difficulties and challenges each. Certain characters may do horrible things to the inhabitants and nature, but they're off they offer things such as like homes to people in need, which shows that they aren't like one-sided, and accurately kind of depicts people in real life in similar situations with what they do involve in this stuff. And I think there's a lot of just like great character growth from pretty much all of them as well. The story itself isn't the most unique. We've seen it many other times in other movies and animes. I guess just one that comes to mind is just a typical Pocahontas story. However, the execution of it is what makes it strong and unique itself. Even if the specific story isn't, the lore and world building is incredible. The voice acting in both the Japanese and English dubs are fantastic, and the themes and themes and tones, it presents is so powerful. Just wonderful work of art. Loved, all the scenes in it. Loved all the action. It isn't one that I'm personally as attached to as Spirited Away, which is why it's second, but it's one that is kind of flawless. Yes, it is flawless, Malty, sorry.
That's fine. So, I will give this movie a 9.5 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
Giving it a 10.
What about you, Gray?
For completely different reasons, and I feel justified, I'm also giving it a 9.5 out of 10, but I don't like the association with you and the same score. I think it's amazing, man. When he gets cast out of his village, like he was a boy, so he's not a man, but he's no longer human, is what Miyazaki was saying. And he runs into San, who's also not a human, and they're the ones who are in between these two sides battling. It's just, I love the message of this so much and the ambiguity. It's so amazing. It is a beautiful work of art. The only reason I'm not giving it a 10 is because he has done slightly better ones in my opinion, but damn, this thing is beautiful.
Yeah, you see, I used to do those, similar things with Raiden's grade. Like I used to give this a 9.5 for that reason, but then I was just like, nah, it deserves it. I'm sorry.
Okay. What about you, Overlord 9000? What would be your grade out of 10?
I said something like 7 or 8, I said.
Perfect. Well, I think that ends this segment, this part of the stream.
Since since I'm an idiot who failed to see all the others, I think I'm just gonna check out here.
Have a great day, and that was very fun having you on. And we will talk later next week. We got Mario, the movie, the new one from 2023. So if you get the chance, we will talk about it next week. Anyhow, have a great day and take care.
Have a nice day. Bye.
So, next topic is the fabulous Iron Man. And this time around, I will let DC go first, and I will be right back.
All right. All right. So, I'm going to start saying I haven't seen this movie in years, but I will say this is easily one of the better MCU movies. Not saying there's a lot of good ones, but yeah. Overall, I thought this film did a good job at starting the universe, but of course the universe turned out very poorly later on. I thought this film was tone, which was a major issue for the MCU later on, is handled perfect. Iron Man is an actual superhero in this film. He actually fights bad people, unlike in the later movies. But yeah, and yeah, the villain Ironmonger I thought was a very good villain. Kind of contrast to Tony Stark as well. I thought that they handle the flying and the special effects, which for its time were actually very, very well done. But yeah, you compare that to like the Doctor Strange fight in No Way Home, and and I have to say, I thought a lot of the scenes with, in Afghanistan, before he becomes Iron Man, I thought were very, very well handled. Overall, I would probably give it like a 9.5.
Nice, man. I totally agree with like almost everything that you're saying on there. For me, this is peak Robert Downey Jr. I don't know, like I like the character that he plays in some of the other MCU, but there's nothing like this one. Just there's so much growth that the character goes on through all of this.
Like when you compare him now in this film compared to like the later MCU films, it's like like in this film, he generally is a caring person, where in the later films, he's just the douche. It's like, how did that happen?
Well, they set him up pretty douchey in this one too, which is just awesome. Just that growth from like that complete asshole to midway, well, like 2/3 of the way through, before he fights Ironmonger, he seems to really become Iron Man and really seems to understand what he's doing with this. Just the first 20 minutes of this alone is amazing. There's so many like different tonal changes that it goes through. Just the I wish I could remember the character's name. The dude in the cave who helps him make the suit.
Jensen?
That guy.
Jensen.
Yes. Thank you, Jensen. I could not remember that dude's name. I really should look it up before I start talking about it. But that guy to me is like the better Uncle Ben. That is like what I want to see out of like the character's growth. He needs a character like that in his life. Every superhero does. To me, that's a better Ben. So I dig that so much. Everything that you were talking about, though, I completely agree with. So I was watching this behind the scenes feature on it. Almost everything in this one is practical effects, and that's what makes it so different. They had like a little bit of green at the joints of the suit, a little bit of CGI, but almost everything else was like practical suits. It just makes all the difference in the world. And then they were practically having Robert Downey Jr. fly into the wall when he's testing out the flying.
Wow.
Just you earn every part of this superhero thing, and they earn it practically, which is just amazing. That's one of the reasons why it doesn't look like the later films. It's not just a bunch of green screen. Like they built every set. The cave was built. Every part of it was just built. It's really amazing. I dig a lot of now I'm blanking on his name, Jon Favreau's work. I don't know. He did this one movie that's like his version of a gangster movie made. I really dig that. He has gotten a little pompous, and he went on to do what's it called, The Mandalorian, and he kind of got a little full of himself and a little carried away. But I don't know. It felt like he was. Oh, and the Lion King live action one as well. I forgot about that one. But it felt like he was trying to prove something. If you remember the time, like Hulk had already come out. I think that was like the only thing. People weren't really looking at that as like this is a franchise or anything like that. It was just kind of a one-off. Okay, great. To the point where they didn't even bring Norton back or anything like that. What? This really launched the MCU. Like it was not a franchise till this made it, and it didn't seem like it would be a viable thing. I remember, Thor being the thing of like comedic purposes. Like I think Adventures in Babysitting had like a Thor in it, and that's kind of what it was. It was something kind of silly and stupid. This really made it okay. So if Iron Man's real, what would the rest of these look like? And I really dig it. It's way different from like Fox's late 90s version of the X-Men.
Yeah.
So I really dig what they did with this one. And then the music in this is just over the top amazing. I forgot how much music was in so many of the different scenes, but I really dig this flick. This is my favorite MCU one. I'll fight anyone on that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I get that feeling, man. I get that feeling.
you have to realize for at least the film, Iron Man has to set it. Yes, he does play a good Tony Stark, because Tony Stark is pivotally an asshole in Marvel. He's self-absorbed. Half the time he's working against the things. And I've said this before to people, if you never understand the history of Tony Stark, he at one point is like a warmonger and such, and he starts off as an arms dealer. And they do set him up very, very good, at least in Iron Man, for like as well as you could for the MCU. And because like for even a while in the comics early on, he was basically an alcoholic with severe issues. So like it paid true really good to what they could do. And then the end of it, you see Nick Fury going to Tony Stark to set up the Avengers Initiative. Now, the thing on Thor the MCU actually transformed Thor and Black Panther into potentially leading comic people. Because for the most part, they were B-list. Or they were supports. So after this, like, despite me, a lot of people didn't go into Thor or Black Panther thinking it was the greatest ever. Because usually you only like a couple of runs every so often. Because Thor is, at the end of the day, always Thor. But the big joke in the MCU is Thor's always finding himself. That's very different.
That's
actually very different than setting up Iron Man. Now, I don't like the way they dropped the ball on the Mandarin, but then again, trying to explain Mandarin and Fin Fang Foom, have fun. And they don't know who Fin Fang Foom is.
Yeah, Marvel clearly would not.
They could not do that in the MCU.
Yeah.
You thought Shuma Gorath in Multiverse of Madness was weird.
I was about to say, but yeah.
You have not seen Fin Fang Foom.
Yeah, it's funny because, you know, how Capcom, which they had a Shuma Gorath in their Marvel vs. Capcom games, handled him much better than the MCU could ever have done. Hell, they could have even done Fin Fang Foom in one of their games, but definitely not the MCU. That's for sure.
Alien Space Dragons.
That sounds cool. Anyhow, do you want to add more to Iron Man 1?
No, I think it's a very good foundation piece. The reason why, too, they were going to have to reshoot Hulk because Graham Norton's Hulk, despite it being good in certain aspects, did not fit what they were going to do with the MCU. Now, do I particularly like the MCU Hulk? That's a love-hate relationship because the guy's kind of a... But he also... Gruffalo's Hulk is interesting. I mean... But if you're going to try it, establish the pivotal... because Iron Man is one of the core Avengers, always.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you cannot have a Batman. You can't have a Justice League without a Batman.
Fact.
And someone always has to be that asshole. And Iron Man usually is. So.
Yeah, but the difference is Batman usually isn't an asshole towards the other Justice League. Like, he would only come up with plans only to take them down just in case of, like, either some, like, an emergency or they went rogue. But even then, he still respects his core Justice League members. Plus, he would never clone Superman just to win a battle against another hero, unlike Iron Man. So, yeah, Batman may have done some questionable things. All the things he does is always for the greater good. So, but yeah,
he was kicked out, but just a little fun fact.
I mean,
he was kicked out multiple times because what was it? I think it was Tower of Babel.
Yeah,
after Tower of Babel, and the documents got released, they kicked him out in the modern era.
It's not like where I think at one point they would have had the other Justice League members would have had to realize that, or at least understood, because let's be honest, I kind of understand Batman's reasons for wanting to at least come up with plans to take out the League, just in case they ever went rogue, and why I would have to hit it, because you don't know if they're rogue. When they become rogue, they'll be aware of the plan, so at least it makes sense.
The funny part, too, is, and I will stand by this statement, if you ever get into the discussion about Man of Steel, or
we will
Dawn of Justice, yeah, the idea Batman can never beat Superman. In a lot of the comics he does, including The Dark Knight Returns, he literally just beats him.
Yeah. Now, granted, he does prep in some of those battles, but I mean, even without, I still think Batman can still at least gain some victories. Oh, if you ask me, I bet Batman can destroy Iron Man in a fight. I believe he can even give Thor a good fight.
But that's why I say with Iron Man, that's why I don't like the later ones. They're different. Because if you're dealing with Ironmonger, that's not a bad idea. That's easy. Because the MCU was largely established upon the rules of the Ultimate Verse. So you keep it down to earth, and that's why Iron Man was a good precedent. Now, Thor 1 I didn't like, but I did like the Dark World.
Yeah. Anyhow, do you want to add more to Iron Man, or
No,
it's
that's
my
it.
turn? Okay, so I will start by saying this movie is a masterpiece. I liked it so much. The action was great. The humor was on point. The practical effects were great. The music and Tony character arc, where by the end he basically takes accountability by saying, "Oh yeah, I am Iron Man," because now finally he realizes that his action and his choices have consequences. Because, like, he was building weapons, and because of that, innocent people basically got deleted. Um, so yeah, again, this movie is really good. I liked it so much. Rewatching it was amazing. No regrets anywhere. It's even better than all of the last time I've seen it, because I could really see the character arc, and I really tried to see through the lines, between the lines, read in between the lines. Um,
Except when you forget the fact that I would largely say he doesn't have it in this one. It's like the second one or the third one. Because the thing about Tony Stark is he doesn't always learn, and he'll always be the smartest asshole in the room.
yeah,
And it's kind of like, because at one point in Marvel, just to give you an idea, everyone could have had an Iron Man armor.
yeah,
And he's like, well, because like his replacement for a period after Civil War II, Riri Williams got a hold of an Iron Man armor that he's like, so it's hard to say, like, the movie makes him seem anti-war, but he's not, as long as he's in control of it. And he's fine with all these various Iron Man suits at one point existing around the world. So, for your will. But comics, that's kind of a little bit different. But his actual character growth, it starts there, but it doesn't come till the third one.
yeah.
So end game.
But I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
That was a solid movie,
And how could you go wrong with AC/DC?
yeah, and the villain was also very entertaining and enjoyable, and the reveal of him like being, "Oh yeah, I'm the reason why all of that happened to you," was like, "Oh, that's cool, that's well made." It's like the plot twist that kind of makes sense. It doesn't feel like, "Oh, we are out of ideas and we need to make it connect." No, it feels well made. So I don't have much more to say.
That's actually why I want to see, like, if they could really put together a good series. And I don't know if it's canceled or not. Thunderbolts is supposed to be coming out as well.
Well, so's Ironheart, though. You're going to get the Riri that you just spoke of later this year.
Not that Riri. That Riri is going to be very different, and that script has already been partly leaked, and it's cursed.
Amazing.
No, there was some scene character acting. They're going to go with not the initial Riri. They're going to go with one of the later or more modern incarnations. So she's going to be suffering from Marvelitis of all black superheroes have to come from Wakanda. So, including Falcon, who was an original black superhero.
Yeah. Anyhow, Cole, that's your turn. We talked about Iron Man. What did you think of the first one? I forgot if you mentioned your ideas or if it was most likely like Dre and DC and D Lord. I forgot if you talked about Iron Man so far, Cole.
He hadn't shared yet, but I'm not. Oh, there he
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah, Iron Man. It isn't really a film that does anything like spectacular, I guess, but it's just consistently very good from start to finish for me, especially comparing it to other, I guess, kind of stale MCU films nowadays. I mean, not even really nowadays. It's like it was back then too. It's just people seem to forget because of nostalgia that films like the first Thor were really not liked at all that much. But anyway, it obviously gets the benefit of being the first film in a universe and not really being a universe at the time for people to feel that way with it and to feel more enclosed and stuff. But it's genuinely very good still with or without that. The whole just origin story with him and scenes of the suit getting built with the light and visual sound and music was just fantastic. Robert Downey Jr. just perfect fit for the character. Great job in the role. His comedy also worked super well since this was before MCU films. Just an MCU comedy was just assaulting or harassing you with nonstop lame stand-up comedy attempts. Uh, with this actually being genuine, regular comedy and just comedic moments that fit the character. Wow, imagine that. Imagine good writing. Anyway, the action and writing pretty good too. I enjoyed a lot of the song choices, directions, all right. I feel like they could have gotten someone better than Jon Favreau, but still a fine choice for it. My biggest complaint with it is just the climax of the film. The whole villain and the fight at the end was pretty lame. But other than that, I enjoyed it.
Well, that's
I'll say
amazing.
the unironically, the original suits that they showed, like the Ironmonger suit, even though Obadiah Stone was a smaller villain and him and his son play it, but that's actually kind of what the early Iron Man armors looked like. They were he looked like literally like one of those sci-fi robots. It was that bulky. Before he got the classic, what is it, red and yellow.
Yep.
It had that really, and it's one of those things. They were actually true to the comics.
Yeah.
And but they couldn't really touch on the fact he was a rampant alcoholic. Man.
Yeah. But of course, since the MCU is for kids, we shouldn't make things too violent because you don't want to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Except in Marvel Comics has like some of the darkest stories that not even the MCU would even touch close on because of how dark it is.
And you have to forget, even if Tony was a good guy, he was morally gray. Because like the idea he goes, "I'm Iron Man," he's just gonna say he's Iron Man outright because he's an egotistical person.
Yeah.
That's why you always see him and Captain America clash. Because Steve Rogers is like, There's like one point in the film, like actually him and despite how Chris Evans is, actually had good chemistry. Because little did you know, for him to do this role, he wasn't actually considered for it. He had to go through full rehab and other stuff.
Yeah.
So that's probably why they didn't take that character in that direction. So.
Yeah. So I guess it's the right moment to give away our score out of 10 for Iron Man. What would be your score, Cole? Cole? You're mute if you talk, Cole. Or maybe that DoorDash arrived, or maybe his neighbor are smashing his door. I don't know. So I will ask D-Lord, what would be your score out of 10 for Iron Man?
And ironically, I put it almost at about a 9 out of 10.
Oh, interesting. Cole, are you back? Maybe Cole isn't back yet. Great.
His DoorDash isn't here.
Yeah. Great. What would be your grade out of 10 for Iron Man?
Also, unironically, I think I would give it a 9. I think this film is just amazing, and I kind of sidetracked myself earlier when I was talking about Jon Favreau and sorry, some of his other films. I meant to get back to. I think he was the perfect director for this because they had the same issue that they had in this one that they keep having in later MCU films, where the script wasn't finished when they actually went to start shooting it. So actually, a lot of the lines are improv. The reason why you do see like actors near Robert Downey Jr. like almost cracking is because it was just improv, and they were pretty much breaking. Like it was the first time they were hearing it. That's just amazing. I don't think many other directors would have let the actors do that, but he does kind of have a history of doing that, like working with Vince Vaughn and Swingers and Made. He kind of allowed the actors to kind of improv, like, here's what we need to happen in this scene. It's kind of amazing the way that it worked out in this one compared to like the later MCU ones where the script was nowhere near finished by the time they started shooting. I think he pulled off something amazing. And then I also forgot to compliment just the visual style that he has in this. There's a lot of like iconic visuals that I'm seeing in this. When I think of it, I automatically think of, you know, the what do you call it, the security camera footage of when he's testing out the flying and everything like that. They made a specific choice to do it on those like security camera footage. It makes more of an impact. And then just the first time that he's flying, you get to see through the mask, you get to see these different angles. It really encompasses like what it would feel like to flying for me. So I don't know, visually this movie is also just like amazing.
And the thing I'll say too on that part is it's very weird. Some of the early, because the only other one that's really good as a firm origin is, I would say, like Captain America: The First Avenger.
Yeah.
So, like, it is amazing what they could pull off before they started going massive green screen and other stuff.
And you know what's very funny? I forgot to mention, but the tension when Pepper Potts basically spied on the villain, and she went at the office of the villain, and she basically copied the entire file, was amazing. We don't get that kind of tension anymore in Marvel movie because characters are not really into any risks, so we don't really see that kind of scenes anymore because we know, like, maybe she is not really a good fighter and the guy is clearly a threat and a villain. So what if he kind of figure out that she's spying on him? What would he do? You know, and that would be like amazing.
See, unironically, Pepper Potts is actually a very good female character.
Yeah.
She knows how, even in the comics, she is never used as a feminist wedge.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people would say that she's just subservient to Tony. I think that's only like 2 people in all of Marvel could probably talk shit to Tony and walk away. Not have probably.
Yeah.
That's probably Captain America, and that's probably Pepper Potts.
She does stand up to him. Like she almost dropped him and let him do his things because she almost gave up on him. And the only reason why she stayed with him is because she realized, the guy is actually a villain and Tony is in danger. That's why she kind of sticks by Tony's side. But she was about to leave him with this trouble, you know. So that's like a really good character. Even
He's
if
a
she's
lesser. The thing is, he's a lesser version of his father. But they expand on his father earlier.
Yeah.
In a later film.
Yeah. Anyhow, Cole, what would be your grade out of 10 for the first Iron Man?
7.5.
Okay. And what about you, DC? What would be your grade out of 10?
A 9.5.
I sound crazy. I give this movie a 10 out of 10. Among all of the 10 out of 10 I gave,
You're
This
almost
one-
redeeming yourself for the Godfather.
You know, I
This
always
one-
thought Malta. I thought Iron Man was gonna be one of the 2 movies that you hated the most out of this week, given
Nope.
given your like your
Oh.
scores and your like how do you say it
You don't
Your-
find it a plot convenience that Stark missile landed right next to him?
yeah.
Not really. That was kind of planned. He would get captured by the villain. The villain wanted to capture him, so.
Oh, did it happen 2 times before? So like they set it up and foreshadowed that it was gonna happen. I don't know, man. Like I guess I don't understand what your plot conveniences mean.
It
Yeah.
was planned. They wanted to capture him or delete him, so it was all part of the villain's
All the
plan.
bandits on the road had it planned that they were gonna rob whoever is coming on the road.
I mean, to be fair, when you're an arms dealer, you have to understand eventually you're going to be at the end of something.
Well said, D Lord.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my second favorite 10 out of 10 among all of the movies we covered, and the one that remain on top is Triangle of Sadness. I don't think anything can beat that movie. But Iron Man is a close second. Congrats, Iron Man, you made it. Anyhow, what do you have going on your part of the internet, DC?
And same usual, just song for more Revenge of the Amount, but yeah, that's about it.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming. You're amazing. Have a great day. Take care, and we will talk later.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
So
See you, sir.
before we move on to the next topic, which is Grave of the Fireflies, great, because you never replied to message.
Oh, yeah, I'm
I
kind
will
of horrible
tell
at
you
that.
right now.
If it helps, I lost like a week of my life. I'm
Yeah,
still waiting to
it
hear
does.
back from the dog.
You're always forgiven because you're a good friend despite not really answering. That's kind of sad, but I'm kind of used to it now. Since we talk and you're there right now, make me a list of 10 movies we will cover March, April, and now on and stuff.
Okay, I will make a list of 10 musicals.
No, please. Don't put me through that.
And okay,
suffering.
how about
No.
10 foreign films?
No. These guys want
Okay,
to delete
foreign
me.
musicals, guys.
These guys want to delete me. Why? Is it a conspiracy against me?
We're cultured, sir. We enjoy the arts, whether they be musical or foreign.
Guys really want to torture me. That's what's going on. Anyhow, like take it through. Try to not like really do like these musical. You will delete me for sure if we end up like covering 10 musical. Like, bruh, no, please don't. Anyhow, keep that in mind. As soon as you have it, we will introduce them to the planning for March and April because we don't know what the future holds, you know? And having these movies in advance that you'd like to cover is perfect. So next topic. Grave of the Firefly. Another movie I suffered through because of the freaking subtitles. So, I will
Okay,
let.
how invested were you, though, even though it was subtitles? Like, I know you said that it pulls you out. Did you at least cry?
No,
Then
but
you truly didn't experience it.
but I will admit that I found that movie better and a bit more entertaining than Princess Mononoke. I do think it's a better movie, but I did struggle. So I will let you start, Dre. What did you think of Grave of the Fireflies?
So it's one of those films. It's definitely an amazing one, but it's one of those that you don't need to see multiple times. It's tough on a rewatch. I don't think I'd seen this one in like 20 years. Yeah, damn. It is an amazing film. I love what they do. Visually, it is very disturbing, and then what they do with sound in it is just amazing. There's practically no music except for, like some kind of chimes and stuff, but like, the air raid sound and the actual like bombers coming above. That really. It really keeps you into those intense scenes. It is a disturbing film, but it is beautiful. I don't know. I believe the first time I saw it, I saw the dubbed version, and then this time I watched the subbed one. It is really powerful, and it's one of those that's really hard for me to watch, like on rewatch. The ones that I kind of compare it to would be like well, hell, there's many of them that basically you want to see. It's totally worth seeing, but you have no desire to see it again afterwards. This one, I don't know, man. It's just one of those like tear jerkers. It is beyond sad, and then the fact that it's based on a true story, and you can see the actual, like pictures of many. There is one that this was specifically based on. But man, it is just very sad. And then the writer of it did actually it happened to him supposedly, but obviously he didn't die. But it is based on he would have been the older brother in it. It is really hard to watch, but it's powerful. I don't disagree with you that it is a good film, but damn, it is not enjoyable. Where like Mononoke, for me, I hold that higher in my regards because it has rewatch value to me. Like this, like I guess if I wanted to have a good cry, like I'd watch this again. But goddamn, it really tugs at my heartstrings at least. The way I can't remember the. And then that's weird too. That between the sub and the dub, I think they make it a brother instead of a sister. But the toddler in it, it just I don't know. They make that character actually like a toddler, and then I don't know. They don't really villainize the other side. It's just this is happening. This is war. It just I don't know. A lot of people have kind of called this an anti-war movie. I'm not sure that it is, but goddamn, it really shows the horrors that happen. Yeah, I'm glad I watched this one, but I really don't have a desire to watch it again. It just, yeah.
I mean,
I guess I
how's
keep
an
repeating myself.
anti-war film for you, though?
So, I mean, like, if you look at it the entire time, I believe it's Sita is the older brother is still, very much like a loyalist to his country. He still wants to enlist. At no point is it saying like, this shouldn't happen. It kind of justifies his side and his, father's commitment to this, his nationalistic commitment to this. I don't know. I'm not getting it so much as the anti-war movie as a lot of other ones are. It just seems to be more of like a realistic depiction of what happens in it.
Yeah, I mean,
From that,
it
you can
doesn't
totally
like
get that.
scream the message out there, but there's
That's
still a
what I
lot of
mean.
it in
Like
it, like the result and other things. But I will say it's interesting you say that because the director actually made that claim saying it isn't an anti-war film.
I think it's more of like an accurate depiction. Like it was supposed to be somewhat biographical, but
Yeah, well,
I don't
want to know what
Like
the director said?
I get that message from it. It is horror. Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, he said he claimed it's about just them living a failed life due to isolation from society to invoke sympathy from teens in their 10s to 20s. That was his explanation for it, and again, I get that from the film, and I also understand it isn't like completely an anti-war film. Like it's not like fully that. I just find it weird though, because it's like, and also that explanation he gives, like, because it like they ended up in that situation because of the war. So how is it not anti-war? I'm so confused.
Yeah, I mean, like everything happened because of the war, but also it is kind of his choice. Like they probably could have gone somewhere else and tried to seek society instead. Like he did decide to go to the shelter.
Yeah, but they were young; they didn't really know properly.
For sure. for
you know?
sure. And
Like again, it can be
sucks.
that
And
too, but I just don't understand how it can't also be anti-war. But I mean, whatever. This
I
is
totally see you
you know,
get
it's the same
message
director
from
though
it.
who drove multiple people to suicide, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah. I mean, and I can definitely see how you'd get that message from it. It does show you like the horrors that exist during that time, but I think it kind of more shows just how horrible humans are. And, you know, like once it gets to some sort of tragic event, some sort of emergency, you know, like hell, we had a possible disease that was going to kill us. And so everyone just decided to hoard toilet paper in the States. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's horrible, but that's, you know, kind of what's happening. And like, you know, that farmer sees him stealing and he sees that it is for his little sister and he still beats the shit out of him and takes him to the police. Like, I don't know. People are still going to, you know, be greedy. I don't know. That's necessarily the war that's doing that to them. It does seem like it is more of a humanistic tale where I think if it were made today, they would put much more of an emphasis on the actual war that's going on. It just seems to be like kind of the background in it to me is why I don't necessarily see it as an anti-war movie, but it shows you the horrors that are happening there. So, I mean, I could see somebody getting the takeaway that like, you know, war is bad. It is. It's fucking ugly.
I mean, this film is not known for its subtlety.
Yeah.
It's based on a short story done in 1967, semi-autobiographical by Akiyuki Nosaka. Now, you are talking about, in a way, it's also that period. Like Godzilla was originally dreamed up as an allegory of the atomic bomb and how it was evil. That's how the Japanese did. That was actually the original meaning of Godzilla. So Godzilla -1 is brought that back because everyone thinks Godzilla fights monsters. No, he was an allegory for the atomic bomb and the horrors of what potentially was atomic war. Grave of the Fireflies does cover that to a degree. And there was a lot of horrors because you could say it was loosely inspired by the survival of the people and that. Because even though it's a dark film, it's not something you're going to watch often. There's a lesson. It is anti-war in turn of how, because bear in mind, the Japanese didn't think they were ever going to lose the war. Americans, it was a war that they were nearly brainwashed. Basically, fun little fact, if the storming of the palace and they found the surrender tape from the emperor and destroyed it, almost all the Japanese would have fought to the death. Which means it is a very much a thing. They don't feel shame about the war, even to this day. It's not like us over here or in the West. They try to learn from the imperial history. And this film is an anti-war, but is also kind of a biographical about kind of what happened. Now, the movie takes a subtle tone because as towards the end, they both die. Which, it's pretty tragic because in reality, it's actually supposed to be in wake of the atomic bombs. Which is even worse if you actually think about it.
Yeah.
Because there was food shortages. There was already food shortages leading in to that part of the war. And that's why this film is kind of legendary, but it is also very tragic, but it is also treated as like, because it was done in 88, but it's kind of, as I said, that's why I compare it to like how most people don't know Godzilla is supposed to be the symbolism of the atomic bomb. But you guys didn't know that, did you?
I didn't.
He was created by the atomic bomb, and that's how it was the symbolism the Japanese were fighting the atomic bomb.
Yeah, like isn't it like in some of the earlier ones or
Very
the first,
early,
like
yes, the early,
yeah, but
yes.
yeah, well that he looks sort of like a mushroom cloud. So because I haven't seen it in a while.
You gotta go back to like the original universe. Godzilla -1 kind of touches on it, because Godzilla -1 is set post World War II, so like early 50s.
Yeah.
See, the Japanese handle tragic history a little bit differently than the West. They don't rewrite it, but they understand the shame of it.
They learn from it instead of trying to bury it.
And you know what's funny about them, that part of the world? I mean, it's kind of a joke, but in a way, but they actually have none of their younger people disrespect their elders. They will always respect their elders for the most part.
Yeah.
Because they view the elders as learning. If that makes sense.
It does.
Because but then again, they don't necessarily bury what they did during World War II, because you thought the Holocaust was bad. You should have seen, was it Section 31, or the biological weapons they tested in China, and the general actually escaped war crimes trials and lived out the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Most people have never heard of those war crime trials. They were worse than the Germans, just minus the massive extinction level. Except in China, which no one seemed to care. But it's a film that is good, but it is also dark.
Yeah. Do you want to learn more about
No.
Grave of the Fireflies? Okay. Cole, what did you think of it?
Yeah, just a brutal, bleak film. Really stands out compared to Ghibli's other films. Just amazing story about war in this perspective and all the consequences and everything. It's really a story that's like all too real for Japan back in World War II, not just because of like what it's about and everything it depicts, but also just something a lot of people seem to have forgotten, which is that, you know, back in World War II, yeah, well, at this time, a lot of people in the country let down the younger people. There were many children deaths, like you know, it happens during like any war, obviously. But Japan during World War II, like they were probably like the worst at it. And yeah, there have been a lot of stories that kind of people have told since then, you know, on it. But yeah, the opening is so powerful and unique with how it starts out with the main character just dying in the future and then showing everything leading up to it, how they're able to do that, but still have where it doesn't take away anything with like everything you watch afterward is incredible. Just fantastic messages with the family and anti-war and, you know, other things that Gray and D. Lord talked about.
There's a lot of stories that go unheard of from this period.
Mm-hmm.
There was and I didn't know this until Arch mentioned this, the name, and it's probably going to get it. I'll condense it. He basically was a captain who had about 3 ships shot out from underneath him. Survived it.
Wow.
Went back to, was it Nagasaki, the base, And the day he arrived in Nagasaki was a day the bomb was dropped. And he survived that. And his family did.
Yeah.
That's a true story, by the way.
Plot convenience.
Yeah,
You
there's
would
many
not
incredible
believe,
ones.
you would actually not believe that. But he was like a kind of shame, sent back, and he just happened to arrive back at his family, which he hadn't seen in a while, the day the bomb was dropped on Nagasaki.
Plot convenience. I called them out.
And he actually survived. And he felt no hatred towards the US after that. Because it was the horrors of war.
Yeah. War is
war is hell.
What's the quote in Fallout?
I can't remember.
Just war is hell.
The one Perlman. War never changes.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's many crazy stories and, ones that probably have, obviously long forgotten. Like, I'm not going to say, spoil it, in case you guys ever cover it. But, the Hacksaw Ridge one in the movie, for example, insane story. And honestly, the true story is even more insane, though. Like, Mel Gibson left off so many things from it because he thought it would be too unrealistic. And then people like Malty would criticize it.
Hell yeah.
But it's insane how, like just to think about it though, like if that, God, not to spoil it, but like, God, if things just gone differently, then probably wouldn't have even heard about it to this day. And there's probably many other similar ones that happened, like the Hacksaw Ridge story that was the case. So yeah, it's crazy to think about, but anyway, and there's also just so many metaphorical scenes I love in this. And while it's not super subtle at certain points, there are many amazing subtle moments with its messaging still. And one of my favorites, I think, was just a scene with like the Fireflies and the character saying, "Why do Fireflies have to die so soon?" Which obviously references the deaths in the war and how young they were. Yeah, like I believe the average age of people dying at the time of World War II was between like 17 to 27. So yeah, and the way they depict. Oh, sorry, go.
Sorry, no. I was going to say, this is why I recommended Cole to them. They need to watch the Masters of the Air. Masters of the Air is going to go down as the Pacific did and as Band of Brothers did. And I probably should recommend Generation Kill to a watch list eventually. But I don't...
You know what? D-Lord, you mentioned watch list. I will give you the same homework as Gray. Come up with a list of 10 movies that we will cover.
Yeah, 10 movies, or you could even do some, you could throw a show in there too if you want.
Because that's
extra points for musicals.
I take away all points.
Yeah, okay. I actually haven't seen this yet because it just came out, but yeah, I looked it up. This is probably something I would enjoy just looking at the cast. So,
Cole, have you seen The Pacific and Band of Brothers?
I have, but not in a long time. Like I don't remember much about Band of Brothers and others.
And Masters of the Air has been in the works, and it got paused during COVID and others.
Oh.
And he got there's a little bit of acting issues I have in it. Someone enjoyed Fury a little too much.
Oh God! Which actor was it? Was it like Callum Turner?
They feel the need to have that voice of Brad Pitt. And God, but for the most part, it's pretty good. There were only 2 episodes in right now.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we'll probably, add it. Then you could add that to list as like one show then.
Okay. But yeah, no, yeah. I'm a thing of war movies. Like that's why I say like Grave of the Fireflies is up there. It's supposed to be an anti-war or what is propaganda because it lightly touches on how the state of Japan was because in the West, it's not usually talked about a lot because we saw them as monsters and they saw us as monsters.
Yep. saw
There
shattered
was-
animals.
Basically, like, there were stories, and that's why, like, when they met in the field, some of them didn't surrender. Like, unironically, when Americans like took over an island, they would for the military people, they would export a little bit of America to them. Hamburgers, like a station. They would have like constructed like a little entertainment street. Their Japanese soldiers would scout this and they would go, "We're in war. Why did they set up a little small town drinking Coke and partying?"
Yeah, it's so weird. And you'll see like clips as well with the military just like shipping in fucking Burger King and other things.
They did that during World War II. They actually,
Yeah.
on bases, constructed little mini streets
Yes.
that
Yeah,
would
and also
recreate.
there was also like this candy that a lot of people ate. I forgot what it was. I think it was like that toffee thing, but they needed something to like repair their weapons. I forgot if it was in World War One or World War II. So they used that to repair like weapons like cannons and stuff or tanks, and it worked. So yeah, that's insane.
And
but
so,
yeah,
as I said, they were basically, the Japanese were like horrified. They're like, these people aren't serious and whatever. It's like,
They're flipping burgers as we shoot each other.
I mean, to be fair, I'd be kind of like, what the fuck, too? Like, is this another realm? What is this?
it is.
It's like
Another
something you would
dimension.
see in a satire film, where it's like you look it over, you're just like, what the fuck?
But yeah, I mean, I don't know what it would be. You're in wartime in a fierce battle, and they recreated a street with a diner and burger places.
Yeah, it's like,
Just
and
like-
especially, like the military beforehand in Japan, like all the training you go through and what they tell you, then it's like you're on your first day, you look through the binoculars and then you just see like a fucking musical playing out, like what the fuck?
So wait, does that mean that like there is some logic behind like the barbecue scenes and like Fast and Furious? Like it's just a way of bonding, like the burgers from wartime?
Oh yeah, bro, you're right.
God damn. But
Now we kind of increase the sense that Fast Furious has. Now it has more meaning. It's
yeah,
better
exactly.
product now.
Masterful franchise.
But you got to bear in mind, the thing is, when you're dealing with war films or post-war films, like Grave of the Fireflies is up there as more like post-war or kind of the effects. See, I would be very curious what his reaction would be to the Deer Hunter.
What's
Well, yeah,
the
I mean,
Deer
I'm sure
Hunter?
that's one they'll recommend in the future. I mean,
During the
honestly,
happy week.
yeah,
Oh, is that actually a happy film?
yeah, it's a very happy film. Okay, but I'm sure that will be on Gray's list. He'll probably recommend it, so have fun with that.
You know what? I told him I was going to recommend The Music Man.
Oh my!
Oh fuck! He just
That
hears
will be
music
painful.
and oh my god. But yeah, I mean, again, just the way though that they depict every character in this, it just feels incredibly real, and that how they have to deal with their surroundings, such as just the bodies on the beach, and attempt to find the small bright moments during these dark
It's a
circumstances.
dying art too. That's why I think if you do ever cover it, because I'll talk about it on my channel, and I'll see if Gray wants to watch it or talk about it. Because in the West, we don't really get good war movies anymore. The Japanese and the Koreans have been doing it, but
I mean, I don't quite. I mean, I think we've had many amazing ones over the years, but like today, it's like
not
they-
recent, not in
it's-
the last decade.
Yeah, well, recently not as much because we have told just like so many stories where it's gotten to the point a lot of people think of them as cliche or seen that before, as a lot of people did with like films like Hacksaw Ridge and Fury. But I mean, there's still the odd one that I think is then separates itself. Like I do think
Fury
Dunkirk-
was the last one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I do think
No, actually,
Dunkirk
no.
was pretty
The last
excellent.
one, no. The last good movie we had was, and I'm gonna blank the name. And I'll have to remember it. It was about the pilots, the black pilot and white pilot that was shot.
Oh yeah,
down.
right. Devotion. Yeah.
Devotion.
I mean, right. Came out 2 years ago. I mean,
Yes.
I liked the premise, and I always wanted one kind
That's
of like
actually based on a true story.
Yeah, I always wanted stuff like that, like about the Korean War. I was a little disappointed by the film, but I did like the performances, and it was.
Now I
pretty
will say this:
solid.
if you do not know, in Masters of the Air, since it is the Air Theater, they
Mhm.
have prominently put forward the Tuskegee Airmen, and it is open for them to do a series.
Damn. Okay.
And that's how real it is. And they're
Okay,
not
well,
depicting
I'll
them
definitely
as
watch
bad.
it. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Cole,
add
you
this
try.
to my watch.
Cole,
it
you
to-
watch it in yours. Gray will probably. I don't know. It's very much character building as it should, because it will be a good one.
Okay. Yeah, I added it to my watch list. I'll watch it, in my free time, I guess. But yeah, I mean, as for the rest of this film, though, I guess. I mean, the one thing I also kind of liked, just the images and symbolism with like the bombs dropping throughout and making the images of like fireflies look similar, where you can like barely tell the difference between them. I thought was very powerful as well. And just there's so much detail put into even the shortest scenes and animated movements that you can never be able to pull off as well in live action, that I think makes it so special and important to be animated. But yeah, just fantastic war film, just one of the best out there in my opinion. And yeah, that's it. And I will say, for another war film in the future that I would probably recommend, yeah, I don't know, probably be, I don't know when, but it would probably be this one. I don't know if any of you saw it, but yeah.
Okay, come and see. Didn't we cover that in the past?
No, I added it to 1 week, but then I took it off because I realized it was foreign language, and also because there was one other in theaters we had to watch, which was The Boy and the Heron, which then also didn't have English dub, so it was foreign anyway. So Multi appreciated that. But
thank you very much for taking it away. Actually, amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, in the future though, we'll eventually cover it.
We need the dub of it.
But there is an English dub, but it's very hard to find. There's only one YouTube video I saw of it, but it's in like really poor quality. There used to be one in good quality on YouTube, but somebody took it down.
I've actually heard of that. No, but it's kind of weird because like there's a thing when it's done correctly. Now we are not talking I call Pearl Harbor a disgrace in the modern era. It was too theatrical. But you get the stuff like Tora Tora Tora, which is loosely based on, or mostly based on, how they planned the attack.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I reiterate what was said on Arch's channel, and Sentiment agrees, it's missing a historical YouTube. World War II was probably as the last greatest generation, and it should be talked about more.
Yeah.
Because the idea, not in glorifying it, even post, it's a period that's very similar to now. You have a lot of blind ideologies leading people. And it's unironic that it's hard to tell who's the good guys and the bad guys as well, because history is often written by the victors.
Yeah.
But as I said, too, people forget the Japanese war crime tribunals, and a lot of them got away, at least the main people.
Yeah.
Some of them faced death, some of them didn't. But I digress. Like, that's why when you were talking about Grave of the Fireflies, because it was initially meant to be set to the backdrop, posted area near where the atomic bombs were dropped.
Okay.
So, food shortages and everything else. And it's loosely based on actual history.
Yeah. So, Cole, do you want to add anything else, or it's my turn to finally talk about it?
Plot
Cole,
convenience. It'll be plot convenience.
I guess Cole is done for now.
God damn it. Why is my thing lagging? Sorry. So you asked for my grade, right?
Not yet. No, I asked you if I
Oh.
wanted to add more.
Oh, no, my bad. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
good.
So, surprise, surprise. There is no issue whatsoever with this movie outside of just me, like, but that's a me issue, so I didn't take away points from that. But
I don't.
I hated Dame subtitles.
But
Anyhow,
it needs to be because localization sucks.
I enjoyed this movie a lot. I'd say, like, just entertainment wise, that was probably between an 8 and a 9, despite these damn subtitles. So, if we can find a dub, I can bet I will like this movie
They're
far
pretty
more.
easy to find. I mean,
I wasn't able to, and when there's two websites where I cannot find it, I give up and I suffer through subtitles. Anyhow, I like the atmosphere, the tragedy of the brother and sister being like left on their own because both parents are dead or not around, not available to take care of themselves. And there was a message about pride at some point where you need to put your pride aside and you need to swallow what is pride. If they just apologize to the aunt, even if she was terrible and all, if they apologize to her, they would still have had a roof, they would still have had food, and
And
I don't know about that, man. Like, did you see what she was feeding them versus her husband?
yeah, it's not necessarily good food, but that's better than what they had on their own, because on their own they basically stole stuff, and even there they at some point they were lacking what the younger one needed. That's why the younger one was the first one to basically vanish and join mother and father as somewhere in the sky. Um so yeah, the music was great. The characters are likable. Even the family that are kind of piece of garbage for them, they are still like characters that are well fleshed out. I do think with the time we spent with them. Um, so yeah, the death of the mother was very sad. Even if we barely knew her, we kind of know what she represent. She did represent the old normal and their old life that basically ended because of war and because of sickness, because mother got sick because of that war. Um, Flashbacks were really cool, and again, the music, I liked it, and the kids were acting like kids, and it was very believable that they would steal food at some point. Even if they had money, like at some point you run out of money if you don't make money. So it makes sense that, oh, that's their last resort. Now they steal stuff. And like that merchant that got pissed and beat down the big brother for stealing, it made sense because like that was to each their own, you know? And if you see that kid stealing your stuff, you want to teach him a lesson, even if it's not really the right way. That's a very human way to deal with stuff. So again, um, very endearing situation and story. So I liked it. Um, the music, and again, the sister death was very sad. I did feel something, but I didn't cry. At that point, I was like, "Oh, the movie is almost over anyway." So yeah, I enjoyed it.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Uh,
if it's almost over, no sense in crying.
um. Anyhow, I don't have much more to say. um, seeing that sister moment where she started crying before she died, and that was heartbreaking. Um, so yeah, that movie has a lot to offer, and it has art. It has a good story to tell.
Fucking crisis truck.
My, what's going on there? Uh, but yeah,
Clearly, he's at the airport.
Yeah, there's always these fucking people driving around every day with air horns, like screaming this, buy their shit. My bad.
so I will say this. I don't have much more to say. No issue whatsoever. So this movie for me is a 10 out of 10. It's lower than Priscilla and Dream Scenario, but it's higher than most other 10s we had outside of like Dream Scenario and Priscilla, because I did give a 10 to Priscilla. So yeah, Graves of the Firefly, really good movie, even if I didn't connect that much because of these damn subtitles. Good movie. What would be your grade out of 10, Gray?
Like everything about it is good. I don't have anything that I would change about it other than like I don't know. I guess I would change other people's perception of, it being just fine to cry at a movie. I wouldn't think that you'd have to lie about it, but that's okay, Multi. We get it. We get it. The
Yeah,
movie was
it's
almost
okay.
over.
You
No
don't want to
sense
say it, on stream, right? We get it.
You know
I
what?
said many times I did tear up to many movies, guys. All
No.
of you have low memory and short memory.
But yeah, if I gave Mononoke 9.5, I don't think this has as much
Gave it a
rewatch
9.
value. So I'm giving it a 9 is literally what I was going to say, just because of the rewatch value thing.
Uh-huh.
It's a great movie, but hard to watch, man.
Yeah, it's... See, Multi, I bet, didn't cry as a kid watching Bambi's dad get shot.
Well, no,
Not
I
really.
laughed.
Actually,
And then I said, "What the fuck are you doing? Run for you, save yourself."
That's funny, D-Lord. You mentioned Bambi, but I actually had seen Bambi much later. I didn't see it as a child because I wasn't watching that many animation movie. I had like that kind of weird disdain towards animation. Like the only animation stuff I would watch would be like Naruto and Pokemon. These were the only animation stuff I did watch as a kid.
Okay,
But
but have you seen Old Yeller, and have you cried in it?
the what?
Old Yeller.
A boy and
No.
his dog, man.
Not really.
To be fair,
You've
never seen
the
it.
movie itself is
But
not that great.
I had seen Bambi like much later, like because I got a lot of cousins that are much younger than me. So like I was like maybe 10 or 12 the first time I had seen Bambi and a lot of other animation stuff. But yeah, I didn't cry, man. I cry sometimes in movies.
Sure you didn't, man. We believe you.
Why? I man, okay, whatever.
Sorry.
So, what would be your grade out of 10, D-Lord?
I have that as a 10 out of 10. So it's because I know the other this significance.
And what about you, Cole?
Give this a 10 out of 10. Funniest film since Schindler's List.
Okay, and that's funny because I do take Princess Mononoke as more to offer, and it was more entertaining.
Mhm.
But I think Grave of the Fireflies is just a better movie,
Yeah.
and I just connected better with it, I guess.
Yeah. So I love how Malty missed that joke because he's never seen Schindler's List.
You're damn right, bro. I haven't seen it, so I missed it.
Yet.
Oh, so now it's on your list. Okay, good to know. Next topic. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And I will let whoever wants to go first.
Wait, but you're the one who seems to apparently hate this. So I don't know. Do you want to give your wrong opinion first?
Why not Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
I will be right back, guys.
Because we're watching the better one.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, of course he dipped. He dipped. Oh my fucking god, okay. Look, I'll just get mine out of the way, I guess. Like I will say, in fairness to whatever wrong opinion Multi might have on this, there are definitely things about this film and story, rewatching it decades later and as an adult, that don't quite age well or work as well today, especially with like just some of the lessons it tries teaching and the characters, himself, which Gene Wilder, still does a fantastic job, playing though, and is his most iconic role along with Blazing Saddles, which Monty also saw. He didn't like it though for whatever reason, but there are some continuity issues, and I wouldn't say this works as well as a musical in every section. Mainly the song Charlie's Mother sings in that
Cheer Up
one
Charlie?
Yeah, I feel like I could have, it just was a bit forgettable in comparison to the others, and I could have done without it. Kind of feels a bit like filler. I could honestly understand some of the choices or attempts at doing things differently that Tim Burton and Johnny Depp tried doing after revisiting this, even if it didn't work and theirs ended up being pretty terrible. That being said, though, for a kids' film and a film made all the way back in 1971, it's bound to have kind of issues like these or things that don't age as well. So I'm willing to forgive it a bit more. And a lot of it did work, and many of the songs are so iconic today for a reason. And again, the score, production design, premise is all just great and nostalgic. I also like how they actually, gave some little people back then important movie roles they wanted, and they said they were happy about, instead of pulling a Snow White 2025. So that's always great. The main kid actor, I think he ended up becoming like a veterinarian afterwards. So this was his only movie role ever, which is kind of sad because he was pretty good in it for a kid back then. Not only that, but I also think this was like basically the only feature film Mel Stewart ever directed. I mean, the rest of them ended up being kind of documentaries or very small projects. So something kind of interesting there. But overall, though, I do like it a lot. It's a classic. Just not one I would say is like amazing or anything.
All right. That's just mean. Now,
wait till you hear Multi.
God. Okay, so the book is actually called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory,
and is very problematic.
Well, apparently, not beyond. I mean, it's done by the same guy who like literally wrote James the Giant Peach and had his whole. So now, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, despite Cole's thing, does say it is actually based closer to the actual book in some of the songs. Now, unironically, how do you guys think the original Oompa Loompas looked?
What was the original?
Super problematic.
Very problematic, yes.
Why?
They?
I don't get why.
They were little African pygmy people who were enslaved.
In the original book, if it was released as slated, they were going to be like little short pygmy African people that get smuggled by ship in boxes to Europe.
And paid in chocolate only.
Well, they liked cocoa beans. That's actually in the book.
Wow.
And that actually got changed at the publisher in the thing. They were in the book. When you see them in the book, right? They look like little tribal people. They look like little Phineas and Ferbs with red hair.
Wow.
And like they wear little Tarzan things. Now, some of the songs actually stayed closer to that than Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And we can talk about the unofficial sequel to the whole thing, Snowpiercer.
What?
God.
I heard
Okay,
of
well,
Snowpiercer.
Yeah, he
No,
hasn't
but-
seen it,
no.
so no spoilers.
No, okay, that's something I have to explain it. That's just a theory.
It
But-
is a theory.
Yeah.
Sorry. But seriously, the original Gene Wilder one versus the other stayed true to most of the original book, except changing some stuff. And I think the only dark part of the film is the tunnel ride that was meant to be scary. So yeah, it's definitely one of those films that I would recommend. It's something that's good, even though some people hate Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Well, they
Because-
should. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is the very much inferior product.
Yeah, it's like I don't mind the different decisions they made with it and to try to be more accurate to the book, to try to do something different. Again, I respect that and also changes from the original film, but it is just like a worse film for sure. Like,
You mean keeping the songs the same, but
depth, though.
Yeah.
Mm.
So I'm guessing guys are excited to hear my super best take among all.
you know,
Sure, why don't we do that then?
No, you know what though? He needs that. He needs that really. Actually, the guy that got to be the Oompa Loompa in the second one in the remake
Yeah.
actually wasn't a really bad actor, unironically.
Okay. Well,
But the numbers. The problem is people hate the numbers. So,
I got 2 side notes and 2 issues. So we'll start with my side notes.
What's your plot convenience?
it's a musical.
He's ready for it.
And if
It's
you
a-
say not
it's a
funny, not
musical.
funny, not funny, I'm getting ready to come through the screen.
Not funny, not funny.
He's gonna
No
say-
reaction from Gray?
He's gonna say it's a musical, and he's not gonna like it.
Gray. I was joking, by the way. I hope I didn't make you a cardiac arrest or anything. So side note number 1. I hate musical. So I hated this movie, therefore. Side note number 2. I didn't connect with anything. And I was waiting for that movie to end.
So you have no whimsy about you.
So now, my issues. Issue number 1. Telling instead of showing Wonka backstory. I can't remember what it refers to because we watched 2 Wonka movies.
There is literally no Wonka backstory. That's what makes it amazing. So what are you talking about? They don't even tell you. The only thing you know is like, hey, he shut down this factory because the secret was getting out. That's it. That's just the rumor. You don't even know if that's true.
No,
And
he
that's the whole
shut down
thing.
all the
Mystery is supposed to
workers.
be his past.
Anyhow, next issue
Well,
would be
yes,
too
and the
many
town is in
characters.
ruins.
Too many characters. I didn't give a crap about any of them.
What?
How-
You don't care about Grandpa Joe, Grandma Josephine,
Not
Grandpa
really.
George, or
I mean,
Grandma
they were
Georgina?
barely in the film.
You send lots of names, and I don't know which one is which.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, they were barely in the film. It was
okay.
mainly just the 2.
Okay, the idea of Grandpa Joe was a lazy worker who didn't want to work, but in the book, he actually worked until the job got shut down recently.
But can you blame him? The floor is too cold to step down.
That's actually why people didn't like the analogy of him in the film, which the way they depicted him in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory was not true to him, because he's like, oh, he was just lazy because he didn't want to work, which is like, that's not the case. He had a job until recently, and his job was replaced by automation.
Yeah. Anyhow, I will admit, it was entertaining to watch everyone trying to get these golden tickets. The kids did good job in the acting department, and that's surprising because kid actors, like, that movie revolves around them, and they did good job. So it's kind of shocking because sometimes when you have kid actors, you have some hits and you have a lot of misses. But here they did it well. So good casting, I guess. Willy Wonka was very entertaining, I gotta admit.
Well, I mean,
And
which one did you like more, Gene Wilder in this as Willy Wonka, or him in Blazing Saddles?
in this movie here, because I can't remember. Well, I remember watching Blazing Saddles, but I can't remember the movie. So
you don't really.
Blazing Saddles blazed.
all I remember is there was a scene where they were sinking into like moving sands.
Oh my god! What you don't remember him as like the shooter who was like an alcoholic.
Not really.
What
All I
really?
remember is like the guy
Waco
getting swallowed
kid.
by moving sands.
Wow.
Do you call it moving sand up there? That's cute.
Well, sinking sand. How do you
Quicksand.
call it? Quicksand. Okay, quicksand.
Quicksand.
Okay, quicksand. Okay, that was a word. Okay. So yeah, I will say that the mother was entertaining. The mother of like the main character in quote, and the grandfather was also entertaining. But again, too many characters.
You like Grandpa Joe?
It's Grandpa Joe. Okay, it's Grandpa Joe. Yeah, I thought it was cool, but again,
You thought he was cool? What about? Can I ask you what about Grandpa Joe is cool?
is that the grandpa that goes in the factory with the main character? It was entertaining, but that's it.
Okay.
There's Echo.
Yeah, but okay, but what if you said there's too many characters that are forgettable, but they were barely in the film at all. It was mainly just the 5 kids that won the ticket, and the 5 parents, and then Willy Wonka, and the other
It's
kids
like
weren't meant.
12 characters.
Yeah, but the other
you had
kids
the
and
mother,
parents-
you had the like
Okay,
all of
but
the
there's only
others.
6 names you need to remember, because remember all of them, like Joe and his wife Josephina, George and his wife Georgina. It like
He
keeps going.
didn't- He rung true with Augustus Goop.
Yeah.
It's like there's just the 5 or 6 kids or whatever you have.
So
to
there's
remember,
the kids
really.
and the one guardian that went in with him. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
Come
too
on.
many.
yeah. It's
They're
like
right.
the parents weren't really supposed to be memorable. It was mainly just like the 5 kids and Willy Wonka, and 4 of them were more just supposed to be like metaphors for things. So it's mainly just like the main character and his grandfather. Like the others are more so just like very supporting. It's fine if they're not that memorable. I don't really think it's a bad thing.
Anyhow,
Yeah, that's
I will
fine.
say that the message about parenting was great, and the ending was also good. But
Can I ask you, what's the message about parenting?
like
The third one, I think.
Oh no.
that was to be honest.
Yeah, it's the one who was spoiled, and they said, "Yeah, it's."
Oh yeah, you're right. That's the spoiled kid. If you spoil your kid, he will mess up or something. I will be honest. Like, I've seen that movie. Like, I think that was one of the first 2 movies for that week I watched. But again, I always take advance. Like right now, I'm almost done watching next week. Like I've seen 4 of the 6 movies for next week, so it's far in my memory, man. You asked a lot for me. But if I mentioned the message about parenting, that means I liked it, but I can't remember what that was. But yeah.
Oh no.
So my enjoyment for this movie sits at a 4, but that's not the final grade I will give, because I only got 2 issues that I already mentioned. Even if you guys disagree, I will give this movie a 9.5 out of 10.
Damn it! Like, how do I keep like landing on like the
Wow.
same number as you, but in like the
Wow.
like completely different logic? Like, it makes me second guess. Like, should this be 9.5?
It's
No,
a good
like,
movie I
can't
didn't
agree with
like. It's a good movie I didn't like. It's like The Godfather. It's a good movie I didn't like. Same thing.
Yeah, but how did you not like The Godfather? That's the real question.
Well, he did
No.
like The Godfather Part
No,
3.
he
Wait,
thought
the third one-
Godfather
third one
Part
was
3
good.
was the best one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I stand by it.
God.
Oh,
Yeah, you want no? He thought also that Scream 3 was the best one, and he thought Scream
Hell
1 was
yeah.
terrible.
Yeah.
Multi, come on, man. Is this a prank on us?
No, it's not.
Listen,
There's
I'm not
all-
surprised by any of this because he liked some CW shows, all right?
Hey,
God.
don't dunk on them. Okay, they're good
no,
shows.
he liked The Flash, and he watched The Flash every week, and he tears up like Eric.
No.
Yeah, besides the last season where he was tearing up for different reasons.
Season 9 was a painful one. I want to forget it existed. And season 5 as well. That was another really bad.
Let's go on the record. We'll test this. What was your view of Batwoman?
That was terrible. I actually admit that was awful.
Yeah, Marvel kind of liked it though, so.
Yeah.
He also
That's
liked
actually
Godfather.
bad. That's it's okay though. Some of his ratings, we just got the Godfather Part 3, the best one, better than 1 and 2.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah, let's stand by it, guys. Let's stand by it.
No, that film should have never been made.
Anyhow, I will ask, Green. So you said you have the same grade as me.
Yes, but for completely different reasons. So this movie is amazing. So I am going to end up giving it a 9.5. It's not perfect. I got to be honest. I didn't remember there being so much time before Willy Wonka actually appears in it. It did feel like there could have been some cut out of that area. Specifically, like once you meet Wonka, everything is like amazing. I think we could have gotten to it a little bit faster. So that's pretty much where my 0.5 is going to come off of there. But everything about this movie is iconic, from every set to every costume to just every angle of every single shot. Like I cannot say enough about this film. I don't know how. Oh, the other part that could be cut off of that first 40 minutes, Cheer Up Charlie, like Cole was talking about. It is an utterly horrible song where the mother decides not to do anything and it's just like, cheer up. Whatever. My
Yep, they could've
parents and my
removed
dead
that.
husband's parents, they all live in the same bed together. Haven't gotten up in 20 years, but cheer up, little guy. Go get a paper out. We're gonna eat some cabbage water. Not cabbage, just cabbage water. And oof,
What was
hate to.
What was your opinion of James and the Giant Peach?
It's awesome. I love Roald Dahl stuff. So I don't know. I'm probably I love the
happy
actual
when
like
that
film
film
version.
made the studio go bankrupt.
Yeah, but I mean, visually, it is amazing, and it's worth that bankruptcy, in my opinion. But I wasn't one of them. Kind of like the same that I agree with Wonka shutting down the factory and completely ruining the entire town and all these workers because his secret almost got out to Slugworth, that horrible Slugworth that we meet in the second film. But everything about this is just so amazing. Again, I think it's the whole ambiguity of everything, and Gene Wilder is the one who brings all of that to this. The soundtrack is just amazing, minus Cheer Up Charlie. If we can just get rid of that, amazing songs. This is an amazing musical, and I didn't know Gene Wilder could sing like that, but my God, just every one of his pieces is just so amazing in this. Every one of them is iconic, and every scene with him, it is just goddamn electrifying. I guess he only took the role if he could do that amazing somersault at the beginning where his cane just gets stuck and then he goes into it. And the reason why he wanted to do that is so that you knew that you couldn't trust this character. And that is just so amazing. And he has this air of mystery about him. That's why I wouldn't say, we're just telling, not showing. Like, he needs to have that air of mystery about him. That's why I would completely disagree with Multi in that one facet. but somehow arriving at the same score. But everything about this is just iconic. Once they get into the factory, every single part of it is just amazing. I forgot. So this whole movie was supposed to be Quaker Oats, their version of a motion picture advertisement for a candy bar. So they were supposed to release this Wonka bar. It went out to stores, and they had an issue with the actual product where it wasn't shelf stable. It would just start melting. So all of them were recalled. So it became nothing. It was just a giant money suck. And then it wasn't actually that successful in the theater either. Once they started playing it like in reruns on television, and then once tapes came out, it just became the hit that it is. But sadly, people kind of had Multi's opinion in the beginning, and I'm so glad that everything changed.
Yeah.
What singer?
Gene-
What singer sang the song? Original song.
So that was the other thing. So Sammy Davis Jr. was supposed to be the one singing Candyman. They thought that he had too much notoriety and fame to him, so they opted to not use him in the film. But along with this film, the single for the soundtrack was actually
I am
Sammy's.
surprised you know that.
Yeah, this film is just like fucking
No,
amazing,
no,
man.
no.
But Gene Wilder is just like over the top in every single scene in every possible way. It is so good. And you just know that you can't trust him. And then when you piece together that Slugworth is actually working for him, and Slugworth is there when every one of these bars is found, you realize that there's more to this thing going on, that like somehow he chose these people and decided to torture, possibly kill them. It is amazing. I don't know. There's just so much depth to this character. And then that iconic tunnel scene, everything about it visually, like they did not realize that you'd be able to stop and see what all these like flashed images are, but they are goddamn disturbing if you ever want to truly go down a weird rabbit hole. Look at the images that you subconsciously see, and then you see this flashing visual, and it's just mixed with the lighting and his increasing just amazing performance and this intensity. It is unlike anything else, and he just continues that all throughout this to the iconic scene at the end where he's in this office that nobody mentions anything about, that everything is just half. It is just amazing, and his performance there is just so over the top in the best way. Just everything about this is perfect to me. The only thing that could save it is if you cut a little off the beginning, maybe get rid of Cheer Up Charlie. Other than that, this thing
you should have seen
iconic.
it. Now, since you did your research, what was the original boat?
I do not remember the original boat. You got me on that one.
The boat was like a Viking ship looking with a seahorse. Made out of candy.
Flashing images and lights, and he just like pretends so crazy, and then this just goes pitch black, and then just comes
That's
back
actually
on.
that's actually the original boat that was in the book. The boat was meant like a long wooden canoe that had the head of a seahorse. Made out of candy.
Okay. D-Lord, did you mention your score out of 10 for this movie?
I give it's not up there. It has its strengths. I usually give like an 8.
Okay. What about you, Cole?
Yeah, it's like an 8 out of 10 for me. That or like a 7.5. It's around that range. It's very good classic. Just has some issues, but I can forgive a handful of them with it because of what they had to kind of work with the source material, and also because it was kind of 1971. So,
okay, well, that's it for this movie that was really hard for me to watch.
and you still gave it a 9.5. That's crazy.
He recognizes the amazingness that it is.
Yeah. So
it's
he
like
knows how
Godfather.
amazing it is. Yeah,
You know what?
I just didn't like this shit.
you can't
But
open your
I know
heart
You
it's
know
up.
what? He actually, I would have predicted. My prediction was he would have literally bombed the crap out of Grave of the Fireflies. He actually
But
loved
no.
it.
Yeah, I love.
I'm like, he was gonna
Grave.
pick that film apart.
Not really.
Yeah. Well, no, I thought he would do it more of this one. I mean, I didn't expect him to do it that, but
But
I mean,
Wonka,
maybe he'll
guys,
do it.
Wonka. So
Yeah.
Wonka is the next topic, but just before we mention Wonka, Guri, um, I like your intro a lot, and we will use it for the entire of season 5 as well. But is it possible, like, to tweak it? You maybe change the song or change some of it so season 6 have a different
Yeah.
intro, if you know what I mean. Green?
Unfortunately, it's not possible. There is zero chance that could happen in any way. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm
Okay.
just kidding. Yeah, we could change anything, man.
Okay, so yeah, we will, as I said, we will use this intro for the rest of season 4, and we will use it for the entire season 5. But keep in mind, like, season 6, if possible, maybe like make a new version of it with a different song or like a different approach to like it's essentially.
What do you want? This is what I came up with when I had no idea. Like, it's like,
This
okay.
this was amazing. It's just change, when there's a new season, like there's new opening and stuff. That's the idea, but that's amazing. Again, this one is perfect, but maybe change the music for season 6 or something. So we will still use this one for like a good chunk of time because season 5 will be long and we are only half done with 4. So you have like 4 months to think of what you could do to change stuff because we will still use it for a long time. That's what I'm saying right now. And keep that in mind for Windows to Our Mind as well. But Windows to Our Mind, you got actual more time because it's for season 3 because we already got one for season 2.
You
Anyhow.
need. I will say this: I like that intro. It's finally nice you have one. So
Thanks,
I
Greg.
like it.
Thanks,
I
Greg.
like. Yes. And he refused Benjamin's money. Yes, Gray, you're shameless. But no, it works. Just if you do it, tweak it maybe. But tell them the sound you like, and maybe you could change it. That's what we have to do with ours.
Again, I said it's perfect. It's just that new season, new intro. That's more the point of it.
Okay.
Yeah, make sure to add some like ear rape noise to it at full volume.
Wow.
Deal. I'll make it more of a musical.
Okay, Wonka, the really bad movie.
I
So
mean, yeah, it's the weakest this week, but I mean, I don't know if it's bad, but yeah, it's not great.
Weakest?
well, actually, it's average, but I didn't like this shit at all. So my enjoyment sits at 5. So I didn't like it at all. I liked it more than the other one we just covered. But
What the hell? Okay,
It's the
how?
worst movie.
In what way? Is it the pacing of it because it's more modern, so it's faster?
yeah,
Or okay,
yeah, that's it. But again, I still think what we just covered was better than this. So my enjoyment was slightly higher with Wonka, but it doesn't say much because I hated the other one. So yeah, I will let someone start on that one. Cool. Do you want to
Okay.
start?
Well, I mean, unless D Lord wants to start, I guess I'll go.
Yeah. No, I'll start because I'll probably just dip after that because a friend summoning me. But
okay.
Oh, since you'll dip after you mention your thoughts on
Then give your rating as well.
yes,
yeah,
I will do that.
And mention as well, Lucifer. Give us like quick thought about Lucifer first 3 seasons. So yeah, right now, what did you think of Wonka?
So Wonka, as much as you guys hide your feminine energy and your love of music,
feminine energy.
I'd make that joke, but no, Wonka is not as bad as people say, and
It's worse.
It was a surprise.
It's worse.
I don't know.
Well, to be fair, nobody really thinks it's like bad, just like average or above average. A lot of people.
It was released, and it was kind of a sleeper hit. It didn't look that bad because it got billed as a prequel, and it was never an actual prequel. It's like this little side story of what could be.
The soundtrack says otherwise, sir. They are stealing sentimentality from the initial one so that you will somehow hold it in the same light. I'm sorry, but like just the fact that it starts and ends with, one particular famous song, I gotta say they're trying to tie it into the other one.
So you try to, yes, in your opinion, yes. I actually thought it was actually interesting. But it's hard to look at him the same as he's Paul Atreides. So, I mean, you gotta look at this. Actually, I was entertained by the film. I was not that. It's a film of, I heard about it and it didn't look that bad. I didn't think it looked, and I was like, let's give it a shot. I was actually thoroughly entertained.
Okay.
Now I will give a rating. My rating is probably 7.
Okay.
It's you can't think of it as a prequel, and it does have some plot holes in it that Multi better point out. He's supposed to not have any chocolate left, but he somehow has chocolate left.
Oh, actually, you're right. I didn't thought of that. Another issue. So now the movie is worse. Thank you. Perfect.
You were awful. See, your rating is that. No, but
I have other issues, but no, you just helped my point now.
Oh, really? That's why when you watch Masters of the Air, you better give it good reviews. Now, Lucifer's first 3 seasons, Fox's seasons weren't that bad because it was loosely based upon the New 52 or the first run of NDC, and it actually works. I mean, because if they actually did Lucifer from the comics, he can do Dr. Manhattan things. See, when he got ported from Vertigo into DC, he is kind of this way. They loosely adapted storylines. And he's human, but he does have nigh infinite power. That's partly the reason you never see him in any kind of crisis, because he would just blink anything out of existence. It's kind of like he's on the power level of Sandman.
Really? That's
yes.
iffy. Wow.
He is literally a deity.
Yeah.
He just doesn't care. Have you actually watched Sandman?
Yes, we did. That was.
Did you know who Sandman was?
Horrendous. No, I have no clue before the show.
Vertigo. Basically, what he was basically they're eternal beings who do not perceive time.
Yeah.
And they basically have god tier powers.
Yeah.
It's basically the equivalent of Dr. Manhattan appearing in there, and Dr. Manhattan made 10 years of DC history disappear.
Yeah.
It's just because he would go back and change things. But Lucifer, yes, it's really good. I say for the most part. And I didn't watch any of it on Netflix because Fox was we gotta kill it. They did everything. And I did they did the same to Gotham. So
yeah.
Gotham, even though could have finished up well,
they didn't let them. They were oh, you're canceled.
Well, the funny part is there's a lot of Easter eggs, but bear in mind, Fox doesn't always make good choices at times. Then they realized they to be fair, they had no faith in Gotham, but it worked, and then they were
that was a fun show. If you ask Cole, I think season 4 was his favorite. That was the last
Of which one?
Gotham. That was the season with Carmen Falcone where he died, and we
Right,
got
yeah,
like
that was my
Sapphire,
favorite, but
yeah,
Well, I
yeah, it
think
was
what's
mostly
funny,
an
I'll say
average
this
show.
though, like Lucifer, you have to understand they had stuff they couldn't use and they could use, like they couldn't use Joker in Gotham,
yeah, they could have.
and that's why they made Cameron Monaghan or Jerome Velasquez, and that actually it's funny right at the end of the fight. If you ever caught that final episode.
That was actually Jeremiah because something else happened to Jerome Whitehall. Spoiler. But that was Jeremiah. That was the twin brother.
Well, the thing about it is, he actually at the end of the show, did you catch? Well, maybe I'll call myself Joker.
Yeah.
But they didn't get sued for that. Break terms or nothing because it was like the final episode.
And
but
that
yeah,
was the end.
Lucifer in turns, I just view it. It's actually really interesting, but it's very different plots. That's why it's funny when he shows up in the CW multiverse.
Yeah.
That's literally the same one.
Yeah. But that's funny. So what did you think of season 3? Did you really feel like there was a change? Or you felt like the first 3 were really as strong?
I think it was as good. I mean, for the story, it has its ups and its downs. How do you have a nigh infinite being learn humility?
Yeah. So what did you think of the longer pacing of that season? Because that season was 26 episode long. What did you think of that?
You have to take it. You have to take episodes. Sometimes are good or bad. It was probably the schedule too.
Yeah.
Like, it's like I had to pick on Greg. Oh God, I'm Greg, but Gray here. Velma was always guaranteed a season
to be
2.
awesome because of Mindy Kaling blessing us all with this amazing show. I agree with you.
No, there was all runtime, right? They used to slate like 26 episodes. There used to be like, if you look at what was one run, you might have 13 because every season of Gotham was actually 26 episodes.
Not necessarily, no. The longest season Gotham had was
basically they
22 episodes.
No, what they did, right, is they actually with the seasons they said how many episodes in the runtime they would get, and then they just broke it up into like 10 episode arcs.
Yeah, this is true actually. Yeah,
that's how they used it. So you would have an opening of a season, a mid-season, then a finale.
Yeah,
that's
how they structured it.
Yeah. Lucifer was a little bit different, but then again, I like it. Like I liked Preacher and I like Sandman.
Yeah,
I mean Sandman, to really appreciate it, like, but Lucifer has more of that slapstick kind of thing. You probably didn't like Sandman because
that was boring, bro. Let's be honest. Like, we had actual issues with stuff and we had valid issues, but to put it bluntly, that was a goddamn boring TV show, bro. Like,
what did you think of Preacher?
Preacher, I liked it, and I think Cole also liked it.
But you never got to the twist.
We finished all 4 seasons.
Did you get to the actual twist?
Was that it's a long time, man. We have seen so many things. Is it like Cassidy like wanting to die? Do you refer to that?
I don't think the show could ever get that far.
Oh.
What the nature of God actually is and what the...
Oh, yeah, you're right. I remember now.
Because the...
Free will and stuff. And stop believing him and he will...
They loosely adapted the being because the comic ends because all the soldier is wants to die. God gets back up to heaven finally because he's not been there in a while. And then he gets killed by the gunman. And the gunman dies sitting on God's throne.
So,
But I will say the rating, yes. It did go. I haven't seen the Netflix ones to judge it.
okay.
Because it depends on how far they were going to take it. Because if you're taking the early DC run of Lucifer, it's exactly how it looks. He would show up, do things. But bear in mind, he doesn't really care unless it affects him.
Yeah, that's true. That's part of why I like.
That's actually why when you see him in, I think it's the CW crossover, they don't realize who he is. And he's like, I could solve this infinite crisis very easily.
But I don't want to because it doesn't help me.
No.
It's not good for business.
Yeah. He literally, I don't know if they imply that. That's why it's
They
like,
do.
he's like, I don't care. Let you assholes sort it out if it comes to my doorstep. But that's the whole thing. It's one of those series I liked and I actually watched it. So I will leave you be. And as far as stuff goes, Gray, make sure you get back to people.
Yeah.
But,
Don't forget the Elmore Gray. But yeah, D-Lord, what do you have going on your end of the internet?
That is a thing. I actually was going to change up. See, I was going to be playing Genshin through the story, but Suicide Squad has invited me to actually possibly do a new playthrough of Arkham.
Okay.
Very
interesting.
That's a long series, though. Eventually, it's the point of... I wouldn't 100% it, but to be fair... I mean, Arkham, the Arkham games, but I'll have to see. It's usually random topics at this point. I did one on, I recently did one on creators versus reactionary content.
Yeah.
Which, if you understand that content, what type of creators and what create in the mix. And it had some people there, and don't blame them if they don't. I had to find the right times. And then I was streaming Genshin, but that's what it is. But as I said, I'm thinking of doing Arkham. I would love to do Fallout 76, but Fallout 76 is not streamer friendly because of the Nouveau.
Oh, okay.
Think of it as it doesn't whitelist programs. And like earlier, I had it running. I'm like, I'm going to do this and this. No, it just sucks all your random virtual memory and then crashes Explorer.
Wow.
And then takes out part of your computer in the process after a while. So if you tab out of it, Fallout 76 does have a greedy hunger problem, but it is I did do that. But I will be doing gaming streams and other things, topics this month, yes.
Perfect. Wow.
And Gray, and by the way, last thing I'll say, Gray might in the future have that EVS and the Eric July lawsuit thing. Eventually.
That sounds fun.
One day.
One day. It's like my Batwoman video that is almost ready, but I don't want to release it yet because I don't have my Stargirl video ready.
You know, Cole, you need to make him watch Witchblade.
What's that?
God.
Make him watch Witchblade.
By Cole reaction, that's terrible.
The anime wasn't...
Okay, the animated movie. I'm talking about the sci-fi series.
Fuck.
Oh, I know it's bad.
Good Lord, you want me to also make him watch Sword Art Online? Because
yeah, you should.
Oh my!
No, you should not.
I heard of that, and that sounded like
Sword Art Online wasn't bad.
I will never understand why people like it.
Okay, I'll say this though: it was a light novel before it was a manga, and the night before. It gained fame in light novels, and it is actually a very screwed up story. But I leave be. I will have a list, and I'll see you guys though.
Yeah,
See
have
you,
a
sir.
great day and take care.
And Gray, you get back to me because on those little projects you need to do.
I'm an ass.
Yes.
See you, sir. I will get back to you.
So, Wonka, you are
Right.
next. Gray.
Okay.
Oh,
So.
Cole. Cole is talking. So, Cole, you're next.
Oh, my
He's
bad.
champing at the bit.
sorry.
He's got to go, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did one of you say you were going to go first?
No.
Cole, go ahead.
I think you got the
Oh.
enthusiasm. Go for it, man.
Yeah.
Oh no. Well, I was just saying, oh god, to it, but okay, I guess I'll go anyway. Yeah, this film was the definition of a mixed bag. I thought. I mean, like when this first got announced, and when I saw some photos of it, I was actually kind of excited for it because Paul King has done many great films before this. Well, I mean, I say many, but he's done some great films.
Paddington
before
2.
this.
Paddington 2 was decent.
Yeah, yes, and the first one was good too. The second was, excellent. So, he knows how to make these type of films. And then, Timothy Chalamet's a great actor, and he's a good fit for the role, I would say. And that I saw some images of it in production that, like, I don't know what the story was exactly that they're gonna do, so I didn't know like how much of an origin it would be. I don't know like what it would exactly focus on, but I saw images of just like the scenery of the town and him dressed up in like the snowy area, and it kind of had like a good nostalgic kind of feel to it, and like the spirit of the original Willy Wonka film, and even the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory film that kind of made me intrigued. Then I watched the trailer, and yeah, the trailer was bad. So then my excitement dropped, but I was like, well, it still might be a good film because of the director and actor. So I watched the film after everything, and it's all right. It's sadly the story was not something that I was hoping they would actually do, but yeah, this was just a mixed bag from start to finish. It had all of the things you would expect out of a bad, like, prequel kind of origin story attempt of a classic with the same tyrant tropes. Just so many of the same tyrant tropes, especially just the overdone plot twists and character reveals. Some bad CGI moments, overproduced scenes, and mixed writing, while also having many good aspects and good moments in between that too that are reminiscent of Paul King's, Paddington films and other work where you get good moments of nostalgia, even if they're also tyrant tropes at points, such as the coin being dropped in the well, which is just like, fucking hinting at Charlie finding it and using it to buy the one with the golden ticket in the original one, and what it's going for too there. But it was still well done, even if it is, desperate with all of it. Well, I understand why the original is a musical, and it did work for the most part outside of like two songs. I feel like this would have been better to not be a musical film. I feel like there were only two memorable songs in this one that were good, and one of them was like the first song I kind of liked, but yeah, that was about it.
Can you remember the name of any of the songs from this one?
Not really. Like, again, they're just not memorable, and they didn't really have much of a soul put into them. It would have been better if this wasn't a musical, and it would have been better for just the story and everything, and what they were going for. God, it's like there were so many moments where it's like they just forced it, especially the Oompa Loompa one. And Timothy Chalamet was also not the greatest singer. His performance was good, but there were odd moments in some of the music portions that really could have been improved on, and it felt like he was improving over the course of the movie. But there were just moments where it's like, yeah, not doing it. And then it also felt like they edited some of the audio lines with him in post production. And then some of the comedy was okay, and some of it was unfunny, and some of it was good. It was mixed too. I would have preferred a story where it was just more the main character just discovering the passion in a sort of Great Depression era.
Would
But
you go
whatever.
so far as to say not funny, not funny, not funny?
No, just say it once and move on.
Okay.
Hell
fair enough.
yeah!
God,
Hell yeah!
yeah,
Go into it.
I already know there's going to be like 12 of those in there. But anyway, yeah, not the strongest film at all, and the weakest from Paul King easily so far, but it's not terrible either. It's slightly better than average to me, but it's pretty much kind of just average. It's all right. It's whatever. So yeah, not as bad as people are saying, not as great as other people are saying, and was kind of disappointed by this. I mean, I know it was just like a unneeded, corporate idea thing, but with all the people and the filmmaker involved in this, I expected more. Like I wasn't expecting this to ever be like an amazing film or anything, but I thought, it had potential to be on the level of like, at least like, like the same level that we kind of gave the that I kind of gave like the first Iron Man film, which I forgot what I rated it, but whatever.
So, I guess that's cold take. What did you think of that masterpiece, Gray?
Yeah. So I was kind of primed. Someone I know, someone I kind of trust, told me like, no, this is really good. It's like the spiritual predecessor or whatever to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. It does hold up to it. The songs are just as good.
It just feels ingenuine the whole way through.
100%. So it sucks. I also had the kind of hope, if you will, that Paul King is directing this. I really like Paddington too. I thought, hey, maybe he would actually get some part of this character, and he'd be able to get like the humanity of this over the top, extremely strange character. And then the original tagline for this film was "How Willy Became Wonka." So I thought this was actually going to be some sort of
so
like,
many jokes
origin
you could
story.
make out of that tagline.
Yeah, and it's such a bad tagline. But okay, so I thought there's going to be like some sort of actual origin story for him. But no, he just arrives knowing how to make chocolate, having magic, all this crap. He already has that undiable, unkillable, like whatever, glee, naive, whatever you want to call that, optimism. That doesn't come from, like him learning to do anything. He already was Wonka when he shows up. He already has the bar that says Wonka. He already has the magical machine that does everything. He is Wonka. Like the tagline is so wrong. There is no reason for this movie to be. I think one of the reasons why it is so bad is Timothée Chalamet was such a big name. They did not have him audition or anything for it. They just gave it to him sight unseen. Well, I mean, I guess they knew who he was, but no audition necessary. He didn't have to like try and be this Willy Wonka character. He didn't have to show them that he could sing. Nothing. So I agree with Cole. A lot of his actual musical numbers, they do seem to be lacking a certain power that, specifically when he's doing the Gene Wilder ones, they don't have that same power. They don't have that same presence. I kind of wish they had just dubbed over him. It would have been great if they had just gotten a different actor completely. I don't think he's horrible in the role, but I don't think he embodies Willy Wonka at all. I don't think he understood the character. And at times you just see him trying to do this very bad impression where he's just trying to do that Gene Wilder over the top kind of anger thing, but he's getting the timing in it all wrong. And the emphasis
like I think
wrong.
he fits the character, but his music is off, and it's almost like he did no research or like get it into the character beforehand. So he just like rolled with it on the spot. Like that's literally what it looked like. Just like very surface level version of it.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Trying to catch my bird that was flying around the room, squeaking.
Jesus Christ.
Got her now, so we're good. But
Yeah.
yeah, like I completely agree with you. So I think he was just miscast, or he was given the wrong direction, which really sucks because with Paul King, I would have thought that he could have understood like the heart and the whimsy in this, but I think the only note that he gave Timothée Chalamet, or the only one that he could connect with, was whimsy, and you just get this one note Wonka, where okay, so can you see him now having this feud with Slugworth, who would be at the end of this, I'm guessing Noodle now, because we realize that she's the true heir to this. So I'm assuming then in the next one where somebody was trying to steal his special recipe and give it to Slugworth, she's that Slugworth. So he shut down the factory and like killed the entire town because of that. Do you see this as that same character? And then do you see him inviting 4 kids to try and kill them in his factory? I don't see that with this version of Wonka. Like, he's just too optimistic and too pie-eyed. I don't know. I just think it's the wrong tone.
I mean, I will say, I think the main reason why he tried doing this type of story instead of like something else, like more of like what you and I kind of wanted, was because the Tim Burton film kind of tried to already do it as well, and you know that, and it was trying to be like a spiritual successor to both of them, he said, but also because, you know, the Tim Burton one didn't work out as well, and it's like, okay, I get that, but he didn't fully like dive into it as much, and it was also in like a very different world where there are still many different things you could have done with it, but
then they're still trying to steal the like sentimentality and nostalgia that people have for like
also,
their imagination.
You know, it's like it didn't do it well in the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory one, like the origin thing they attempted there. So it's like,
yeah, I hated that.
So it's like, so they could have like still done it, just like actually good. Like you didn't have to like then try to do this instead just because that one already attempted it. And yeah, and again, like it tries stealing, you know, as you said, all those moments from it. Still tries like just like being carried off of them, like the fucking coin scene. And some of them like that one though, I did still like, even though it was obvious, like,
well, and the contract thing, like there's so many of them they tried to like shoehorn into it. That
yeah,
just,
like other moments
I don't know,
where it's just like, yeah.
Hugh Grant saying "Good day, sir." It's like, really, you think he's going to pick up the Oompa Loompa affectation? Like, I don't know. There's a bunch of it that's forced. So visually, it looks great. Like he does know how to move a camera around. He knows how to capture a scene. You know, he knows how to do CGI. I didn't think it was done particularly well. I couldn't really tell how I would have wanted everyone to like float around or the chocolate to spin around. Like it works, it's proficient, but it's nothing like outstanding to me. It's just like, yeah, it's decent. The actual
I just
music,
wish we could go back to practical effects more, but
same. And they tried like some of it, like you can tell which parts they were. Oh, and the whole like, you know, store when he opens it, that callback to like when they finally make it into that part of the factory. I don't know. It just feels forced. It doesn't feel true, which is sad. And that's kind of what I get from every part of this. I feel like they missed the layers that we had with the original. And instead we just kind of get this shiny version of it.
Yeah, and I'll actually be honest, though, you're going to hate me for saying this, but I actually think the world in the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory film was like more detailed and like memorable, and I wanted more of that in this.
Fair enough. I mean, even the original one is, you know, super iconic with like a lot of the, you know, packaging, the prop, like everything that's around there.
This is so unmemorable, and like the way it's visually is, like you mentioned the visuals. So it's just like it's so basic to me, and just the set design is also basic from like what they could have done.
Yeah. And it's sad because like I like all the actors that are a part of this. Like I think they're playing the part proficiently, but they're playing it up like a musical. It just feels like everyone's acting like in a musical in this, where I didn't get that same feeling from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or sorry, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. No, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I'm now confusing myself. The original one, the Gene Wilder one. I did not get that feeling that everyone is just, you know, acting as if in a musical, like over the top. That's what I got out of this. I didn't see like original characters. Miss I can't remember her name, the one that runs the laundry / slave thing.
Yeah, I
hotel.
forgot.
Miss Scrubbit. She seems just like the one character who has the hotel in Les Mis, and then also what's her name who helps him in Sweeney Todd. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like an original character. It feels like all of these are like borrowed from something else, kind of stuck together.
Yeah, like there's
The
so many
villain-
different versions of that character Olivia Colman plays.
Yeah.
It's like it's not memorable at all. And it's sad because like what a waste of a great actress, and many others too.
For
Like
sure.
like did you even remember Sally Hawkins being in this? Because I didn't.
No, she's in that. Who did
Yeah,
she
it's
play?
Willie's mother or whatever, and then also Rowan,
Oh yeah.
and then Rowan Atkinson. I barely remember in this.
Yeah, I love Rowan Atkinson. I like Matt Lucas. All of the three villains. I can't remember all of their names off it. Prodnose, Slugworth, and Fickelgruber.
Yeah.
Those dudes are all great, but the way that they play them, it's just like the mustache twirling villains. Like there's nothing real about any of these characters, and I think that's the thing that really doesn't work for me. Even the character traits that they're trying to give Wonka, like this whole, he wouldn't steal the milk or anything like that. Like he's not a thief, except for he then proceeds to drug a guard and then steal milk from an actual giraffe. Apparently the giraffe's willing, but like, come on, you can't just go into a zoo and milk an animal.
Yeah,
You're stealing it from
it's
the
so
zoo.
weird.
And then he steals a shitload of balloons to float away.
Mhm.
I don't know. There is no consistency with the character.
Yeah, which
He
to
isn't
be
just
fair
the
is
good
kind of
guy.
like the original, but they didn't do it as well in this.
There was mystery there, though. Like, I don't know. The whole why Gene Wilder fought, the only way that he would take the role is if he could do that somersault with the cane stick, just so that you don't trust him. In this, they do everything to try and make you trust him. Like, he is supposed to be this upstanding, like, always optimistic, sunny side of the street guy, but that's not what I get out of Gene Wilder's performance. And I don't see him getting from here to there.
I think there was really a lot of studio interference, because I'll be honest, I could see a world where they had a script planned out and it was going to be like a far more intellectual, like kind of origin story, and playing more of like unique characters and not as many like comedic moments or like surface level like cartoon mustache villains and
everything is cartoon. Like the way that what's his name, the dude who's like the butler in Downton Abbey, Jim Carter, Abacus Crunch or whatever, where he finds every single crime they've ever done is in this ledger. It's like okay.
You're saying, I could see a world though where it's like they had a far more intellectual version of it, where it's the exact opposite of all this that was planned, but then I feel like studio interfered. I feel like because they wanted it to be more of a crowd pleaser for general audiences, and also remember that the original is for kids, so then they changed all this to be more cartoony and surface level than what it was kind of supposed to be like. And then it worked for the box office in the end for a business decision, but didn't work for being a great film. But I could see that where I believe there's probably like a first script out there that he has that was going to be totally different.
I hope so, because if this is what they were aiming for, like I don't know, I can't see everybody greenlighting this. And then I usually like Keegan-Michael Key. I love Key and Peele, but something about the way that he's choosing to do this character, and he's doing the abrasive New York accent that doesn't even sound like authentic for him. And then I don't know, like, okay, so he keeps having, like a sea of chocolate wrappers fall out of the car when he opens the door, but there's no boxes. So what? He just has like a stack of them in cups and that's it. Like, I don't know. No part of this reads as like real. It's just all cartoon and cartoon logic. And I just think they got the tone of it all wrong. But maybe I'm an ass. Maybe I'm wrong with this. Is it all an allegory for drugs? Is he just a drug peddler?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he is a psychopath in the originals, so.
So yeah, I will say this. Gray, you're right. The main character is not consistent. he has these morals he says he has, but he doesn't have them when the plot wants him to do crazy stuff. So that's issue number 1. Issue number 2, at some point he says, oh yeah, I'm out of chocolate, but then suddenly he has chocolate. Thank you, D-Lord. That's on you on that
He just
one.
makes it in his chocolate lab.
Yeah, just by magic like that. So these are the first 2 issues. Coming next, the next issue would be the no daydreaming joke just didn't land. And it's funny because in the trailer, I do think it landed better. Was it good in the trailer? I don't think so, but in the movie, it was embarrassing. Yeah, am I crazy to say that?
No, I'd go so far as to say not funny, not funny, not funny.
Exactly. Not funny, not funny, not funny. Got it right. Next up would be plot convenience bumping into the owner of the dog. That was in the park. Oh yeah, like random walk in the park and the owner of the dog just sees Willy.
I hate to defend this average film, but to be fair, I'm sure that was planned by the guy who was probably stalking him the whole time and seeing him down on his luck, and then he's purposely sent the dog out there so then he could look like a good sincere person, and giving him advice of a place to stay and everything, so then
But
you could get him to sign it.
They didn't show us or told us that the guy was following him. He just appears out of nowhere and he's
but
like,
you could kind of hint at, feel it though, that there's something going on, and then especially when it gets to the place. So I mean,
you don't hang out at the bus station a lot, do you, Multi? You can find characters like him that are looking to prey on the new person in town who's down in their luck.
Yeah.
Yes. I agree that there was sketchy going on, and it was obvious that it was sketchy when he approached him. But
if they
you
showed
tried to
scenes, though, if you showed the scenes, then it would have ruined a bit of the reveal. If they showed scenes of him following him.
At least it would make sense, and your defense would make sense.
It does make sense, though,
but now
you can understand
it. You just try to defend the movie, bro. Don't give.
I really don't care about this movie, but I'm sorry. It's it would have ruined the scenes.
No, I wouldn't have any issues with that. Next up would be the villains are one-dimensional. Next up would be plot convenience, throwing something at random in a random wall to find something. That was when they were searching for the plans. They cannot find the plans, so I forgot which character did that, but one of them was like, "Oh, I will grab something and throw it on the wall," and then the brick falls, and they find the thing.
Yeah.
I think that was Noodle out of frustration, but yeah.
Also, I will say ways. Though, these you talking though, I did actually think of one other thing I was disappointed by with this film. When we were talking about the scene with the dog and then him getting to sign that thing, reminded me of I going into this film, I wanted more scenes of origin stuff of him coming up with ideas for certain revolutionary candies. And when I saw that scene on the bench with then the thing turn into a popsicle, and then I was like, yeah, okay, this is going well. So he just then figured out an idea for something there, probably a new invention for something. But then they don't do anything else like that for the rest of the film.
Yeah. So these are my issues. There's a few things to enjoy. Wonka is likable, even if he doesn't make sense, and even if he doesn't align with the other movies, it was enjoyable.
But did you like Chalamet in this more, or Dune? Which one?
The other actors.
Wait, what?
The other actors.
I'm not sure what that means, but that was an awesome answer.
Yeah. I mean, did you like him more in Dune or in Wonka?
Oh, in Dune. Oh, he was in Dune?
Yeah, he was the main character.
He was Paul Atreides. Come on, man.
What are you talking about? He was the main character.
The one that doesn't say much but puts his hand in the box?
I think he is better in Wonka. I forgot it was in Dune.
What do you mean? He's the main character. How did you forget the main character?
Dude, they don't give much characterization in that. I want to like it, but I think it could be ruined in the second one.
No, it's easily Villeneuve's weakest film, and Malty saw his others. Like it's like, again, I think it's studio interference because they wanted it to be a good blockbuster crowd pleaser too. Because otherwise, I think they would have added an hour of more character development and also like the dinner party scene in the book and
I
everything.
wish. Like, I love all those actors. I want to like the characters. I just don't feel like I know any of them.
All the issues, but I feel like they did that, to be a nice blockbuster crowd pleaser, and that's also why the editing was kind of bad too, because that's the only thing I can think of, and I wish that happened because, good lord, like Oscar Isaac and other characters
beautiful,
are just
though.
nobody.
Yeah, but like every frame in that is just like a painting. Like, it is amazing. Like, visually, it's a masterpiece. I even like the sound design in it. And they innovated that whole like sand screen instead of green screen, which really seems to work well with this. But I don't know. There's that whole aspect of I want to actually know the characters. I want to, somehow be engaged in it. And I don't know. Maybe if you know the story way better, it works. But I don't know.
We will cover
that being
the
said,
sequel.
Chalamet is decent in there. I would prefer him in that versus this, but maybe that's because I see this as like a poor Gene Wilder impression.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you've seen his other films, he's definitely a lot better in other ones. Like, Call Me by Your Name is still his best, and that's how he got his, fame from
For
that.
sure. That's how it became Chalamet.
Yeah, and he's basically been in all these films lately, Malty, because he's like kind of becoming like just the next like every man, I suppose, because he's like super young still, and he's also like somebody who has like
connection,
the certain like look that they're kind of looking for in Hollywood today, where it's not like Arnold Schwarzenegger, like super cartoony, but also isn't like too unrealistic, but also is an actor who's willing to do blockbusters, but also like more indie stuff too. So he has like kind of audiences from like all fronts, and with like film buffs and everyone. So you expect him to see him in a lot more stuff. He's going to be in like probably loads of shit.
Yeah. So yeah, I will admit, even if the villains are one-dimensional, they were entertaining. Even if they are shit characters, they're entertaining. The cops were entertaining. The message about small mistakes having big consequences was entertaining. But I can't remember what it refers to. I'm sorry about that. Flashbacks were decent. Entertaining officer of the law. The villains are entertaining. It was funny sometimes. The lore was cool, and the ending was good, I guess. So, in terms of enjoyment, it's a 5 for me. But it's a critique, and I do think it's better than just a 5. So I'll give this movie a 6.
Wow, you didn't even mention the plot convenience of the shoe shine boy who just kept being there. I don't know, man. Seems awfully convenient.
Where, when, how?
At the beginning. Very similar to the dog guy, like that he just happened to find him. The shoe shine boy keeps preying on him and taking his sovereigns. Anyway, I agree with you, which is weirding me out. I don't like that I'm coming to these scores in such a different way than you, but fair enough. It's better than average. It's just mediocre. Like, I don't know. It is very much like a popcorn movie, I guess. It doesn't have any depth to me. I'm not remembering anything about it. It just feels like, I don't know. If there's one thing that I could sum it up as, I guess I'd say like stolen valor. It feels like all the characters are borrowed from something else. A lot of the acting is trying to do an impression of something. And the most sentimental it gets is when it steals the song from the previous one. So, I don't know. For me, I'd give it a 6, but begrudgingly.
But that's funny because your 6 means average. My 6 means mediocre at best. So, yeah.
That's what's disturbing me, that we're coming to the same numbers in this, but somehow you're using your magical system.
Hell yeah, that's how we do it. Cool. What would be your score out of 10 for Wonka?
A 5.5.
Oh, we are all very close. Even if we have very different meaning behind our score. So next topic, Perfect Blue. and I will let whoever wants to go first go
Yeah,
first.
if you hate this film, then holy fuck, but I'm sure you will.
I wonder if you understood this. So I guess I could probably go first. I think you might have more to say on this than me. I thought that I had seen this film like a long time ago, and I can't remember which one I thought it was, but it involved like ghosts, and I was totally wrong. So I thought I knew what the hell this was when I was going in on this, and I did not. It all caught me by such surprise, and yeah, it is very captivating. It is very interesting. I hadn't seen kind of a thriller in anime before. I mean, I've definitely seen action thrillers and drama ones, but goddamn, this was really awesome. Despite the weird eye width on some of these characters, I don't know, they were very relatable, and it seems odd that this I guess it was written in like 95, the book, and then it was adapted in I think 97. Yeah. For the movie, and yeah, I don't know, so much of it kind of still rings true today. I guess when you kind of think about it, you know, like there have been celebrity stalkers since like the beginning of time. You know, as soon as somebody's a celebrity, somebody wants to be around them and has some sort of weird parasocial relationship. I didn't anticipate everything that was going on, and like the scenes that were real, the scenes that were part of the show, the scenes that were kind of more delusions. It is very interesting. I haven't thought about a film I haven't thought about a film like this for such a long time, and kind of changed my overall opinion on it the more and more I thought about it. It is really amazing. And then, you know, just what they do with the soundtrack in this is just amazing. That elevator scene, or the parking garage scene with the I believe writer, that alone, like the way that they do the sound, so it's that same Sham song from before, but you know, it's very distant, and then the way that they cut it out so that you kind of feel just his aloneness and his paranoia, and then all of a sudden, like the way that they bring the sound back with the elevator opening, and then just that whole scene is just like amazing. The sound design of this entire show is amazing. I really like what they did with the pop band, and then just, I don't know, some of the score is just like hauntingly beautiful. I really like this show, and I did not anticipate I would. I thought it was what I was thinking of, which I need to figure out the name of that thing, because it was decent, but it was not like this. But yeah, when I read the little description, it's like, wait, that's not what I remember. Just, it is amazing, and it makes me kind of replay a bunch of the scenes through. I actually ended up watching like the second half of it a second time, just to kind of make sure I understood what was going on with it. And I'm still not 100% sure. I would be interested in both of your kind of interpretations of what like the very last scene means,
The
and
very
specifically like the very last line, and like which
I think it's more of like her accepting her adulthood and not, you know, being haunted, you know, by her past anymore.
But then how come it's the other character's voice? How come it's Rumi's voice saying that? The very last one, that's like, I'm the real deal, when the dub, and then I can't remember what the line is in the sub, but
I
don't know, man. Like, that threw me for a loop.
I will disappoint the both of you, but I wasn't invested.
Of course you will. It's not on, you know, Godfather Part 3 level for you.
No, it's not.
Yeah, well,
yeah, I will let Cole go or Dre finish, depending what's going on right now.
Yeah, I don't have too much more. Just it's haunting for me, man. And the more that I think about it, I'm still not 100% certain. I
mean, there's a lot of interpretations
up until that very last line, and
there's a lot of interpretations, to it.
But
you know, I don't
it
think
is
there's
haunting, and
be like the
I
answer.
think it's so ahead of its time, and I know this is going to stick with me more than any of the other films this week, even with Grave of the Fireflies. sadly, I will be thinking about this a lot more where I don't want to think about that. But yeah, I'd be interested to hear your guys' experience. Apparently, Multi had a very different one, but
Yeah. Cool. I will let you go second.
Oh, sure. Okay. But yeah, just a very, trippy, haunting film. Just love the story and how it progresses with all the turns. The editing and scene transitions are fantastic. The characters all feel real, and it's pretty relevant to today with lots of things involving Japanese or Korean pop stars trying to like transition, and the fan bases or stands you could say that they have. The music is just awesome and adds a lot to each scene, and the sound design too. So many scenes feel genuinely terrifying, and I love how it kind of puts you in the same perspective as the main character. I can definitely see why this is considered a classic and one of the best to many people. This was one I watched like ages ago, and I didn't remember like really anything about it, so I'm glad I rewatched it. But yeah, as for like, I guess like the ending and interpretations, yeah, there's a lot. Again, there's not like really one answer. It definitely does like a lot of things to just throw you off, like the sound of her voice. But I think it really is just about like perception and sort of these realities conflicting. So yeah. So maybe it's hard to like say like really what happened, but I think that really is her at the end. I don't think it was like a twist like that. I think it's more so just how to explain.
that's what I initially thought. But then, like, when you kind of pair the, I think there were two nurses standing outside. I was like, is that really her, or could that be her? So, like, they're not recognizing her as this, film and pop star.
Yeah. Like that.
And
That's
then
the other thing
it's
that
the
just adds to
other
it.
girl's voice saying, "I'm the real deal." Like, I don't know. Like, I thought I understood it till I realized that it was the other voice actress saying it. But I love the ambiguity of this film, and I think that's the thing that it's not telling me, this is what you're supposed to think about it. And I don't know. I think that's why it stuck with me so much.
Yeah, but also I just think like it being the other voice actress saying this, I also just think like maybe that is also just sort of like what she kind of sounds like more as an adult, but just like throughout the film didn't really see that, or just like thought it was kind of the other person because all the like the visions and like just reality breaking things she was having of like that not being her. So I don't know. It's all there's not really one answer. It's all just kind of up for interpretation. But like there's many videos on it where it kind of like explains it. So I'm probably gonna like watch those afterwards and kind of see more. But yeah, it's God, I don't really have an answer to it though. 100%.
I don't know that I'm decided either. Is the thing. Like I thought I had it figured out, and then that like just threw me for a loop. But Multi, you had a much less productive experience with it. Does it stick with you at least?
Yes, it does. But I truly hate these freaking subtitle.
You can't blame the film for the subtitles.
Yes. No, I will not take away points from that. But the moment there's subtitle, it's a big struggle for me. I got lucky with Graves of the Fireflies. That's the one that got away the most with subtitles, but that really ruined my viewing experience. There are points where I didn't even try to understand what was going on because I was tired of reading in the bottom of the damn screen. So I liked a lot of things they did. The fact that the main character is basically having several personalities and she has like dissociative syndrome or something like that. I'm not quite sure if that's the proper word in English, but basically her personalities, they're not aware of each other, and like she really acts a different way when she is someone else. And this is also why she is not really like they are like, oh, that's not the singer, that's someone else. It's because of that syndrome. Um, so I thought a lot of the aspects of the movie were entertaining, but again, by the end I was tired. I just wanted it to end. Even if I liked some aspect, I just cannot stand these damn subtitles. It really ruined the experience for me. I'm sure if I can see it dub, I will like it so much more. Because in fact, I have no issue with this movie. I tried to tear it apart just to justify my hate for the subtitle, but no, I cannot tear it apart. So, um, I thought the movie was very entertaining. Um, the characters, they had charisma. Um, the struggle of the pop idol wanting more than just being that pop idol was really cool. And then, like, her inner struggle when she becomes an actress was very endearing. Her sadness and each time the actress lose herself was endearing. And guys mentioned it. Sound effects are great. The music is on point. The action, I liked it. And I will give credit where credit is due. A lot is being left open to interpretation, and that's amazing. Again, I'm sure I will like this movie so much more if I can find a damn dub, because these freaking subtitles, they took me out fast. Um, so yeah, you mentioned it, Cole. She's like coming of age, but I also think that she realizes she is messed up. And that's that realization that now she accepted that she's kind of messed up. And it's really cool. I like that movie a lot, despite me not being able to connect well with it and just wanting it to end. Um, I'd say my enjoyment of the movie sit at a 7. So that was average enjoyment. There are really great moments, but there are other moments I'm like, can this just end? Um, but the overall movie is really solid. Despite my viewing experience being very tarnished by these name subtitle, I do think it's a strong movie. I don't have much more to say because again, name subtitles. I will give this movie a 10 out of 10, but that's one of the weakest 10 out of 10 because again, I didn't connect with it. I'm sure I would have a very different experience if it was a dub. What about you, Dre?
Yeah, I just really, I guess I really enjoyed the ambiguity of the film. I'm trying to think if there's something that I would change in it. Um, I'm really kind of struggling. That being said, like it doesn't quite feel like a 10 out of 10 to me. I think I'd give it a 9 out of 10. It is definitely the film of the week that's gonna stick with me that I'm still not 100% sure I understand. But I like that about it. I don't know. A lot of the characters just, I don't know. The fact that this is 97 and it feels so relevant. I don't know. I really dig this. I think this is a true work of art. And yeah, you should see some of his other flicks.
Yeah.
Cole, what's your grade out of 10?
God, I mean, it's either a 9.5 or a 10 around that range. But yeah, just incredible film. Been thinking about it for the past few days ever since I saw it. Well, rewatched it again, and yeah, this and Princess Mononoke came out in the same years, I believe, and also the best Evangelion film. So that was a pretty fantastic year for anime films. There's like 3 masterpieces there, sort of like the year where like Akira and like 2 others came out too, right? Grave of the Fireflies and others. So yeah, I don't think we're ever going to get 2 better years than that, I guess, for anime.
Yeah.
It's
I
the
agree.
one thing I might change is just the width between a couple of characters' eyes. That's about it. Then it would be a 10 out of 10 for me.
So yeah, just double checking with you, Gray. You haven't seen Lucifer, right?
Sadly, I haven't. I've heard it's really good, and I was trying to get pushed by a few different people to watch it. I
Highly
did not watch
recommend.
it.
I highly
Yeah, and then you were saying
recommend.
that too.
Yeah, so like the first two seasons are masterpieces, amazing piece of art. Season three was a small step down. There's Echo, but I'd still highly recommend because
Okay.
season three is still very good despite being weaker. Oh, we got a surprise cameo. I'm glad. Oh, hi there. There's Echo. I don't know who's echoing like that. I'm glad to see
That,
you. Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Uh, so, you arrive on point, man. Gray is about to leave because he has talked about every topic we covered, and he is kind of done. So, what do you have going on your end of the internet, Gray?
nothing currently. Hopefully, something with Charles soon. And then yeah, I've got some videos I'm editing, and I have no idea when the hell they'll be done. They've taken way too long. So, yeah, stuff soon. Other than that, usually the Thinkers on Thursday. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you a lot, Gray. You're amazing as usual. You see so much movies. That's great. Anyhow, have a great day. Take care, and we will talk
See you,
later.
everybody.
I'm wondering
Hello
if
and goodbye. Mm.
is the echo done? Yes, it's done. No more echo. That's weird. Anyhow, welcome, Charles. First time on the RedBlue one. I'm glad to see you. So are you aware of what we covered today? Have you seen?
I
any
saw.
of these
I haven't
movies?
seen Princess Mononoke. I've seen Iron Man, and I've seen Perfect Blue. I have not seen Lucifer season 3. I haven't
Okay.
seen Lucifer. Period.
Okay, well, perfect. You have seen two topics, which is great. So, what did you think of the first Iron Man?
Knowing what it inspired, I'm a little resentful of it, but you know, it's a brilliant movie. I think it's great. It's the blueprint for what we know modern day, you know, comic book movies to be in the last 15 years or so. And it rejuvenated Robert Downey Jr. as a genuine movie star, a multi-million-dollar actor. And the film didn't lean so heavily on like set pieces and CGI and all this stuff. They were starting from scratch. They had no plans. They're using a character that most, you know, Joe Six-Packs weren't aware of. They knew Spider-Man, they knew Superman. They weren't too sure about Iron Man. For them to make movies or a movie about this, like, it was just so heavily risk laden, whether it be with the actual character of Iron Man or, you know, Robert Downey Jr. having him as the lead at the time wasn't exactly, you know, the safest bet. And the film was incredibly well done.
Yeah. We all liked it on the panel at different levels, but we all liked it. I think it's something that is universally liked. I don't know anybody that says, "Oh, the first Iron Man is bad." I've never heard that. Did you hear anybody saying the first Iron Man is bad?
No.
So, is it fair to say that this movie is good? It's a
Yeah.
good movie.
Yeah.
That's great. Perfect Blue. What did you think of that? What's your
I thought it was great.
interpretation? What's your interpretation of what's going on in that movie?
It still fits today. I'm usually not one for animated film. Is that considered animated film? I don't want to insult anybody.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. Cole, is it considered animated? You're the one that knows the most. What's considered what, Cole? Maybe something came up. Cole, are you still alive? Maybe maybe he's trying to talk, but he's on mute by accident. That happens so much.
I mean, it's still animated, whether or not it's, you know, I know confusing manga for a comic book is kind of a no-no. So, but it's animated. We're talking about film, so I guess I'll hesitantly stand by my definition. It's still, the message still fits today over 20 years later about popularity and the parasocial relationships that we develop, and we don't understand the power of fame and
Oh, so
and
sorry
how.
about that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad. Keep talking. I was just letting him know I was here now.
Okay. Yeah, keep talking, Willie. Keep talking.
What? Oh.
He's back. He just said he's back.
Okay.
Keep talking.
No, it still fits today, as even probably more so today with the advance of the internet, and like the sought after celebrity of the movie is somebody who gets famous from singing on the internet, right?
Yeah. She also had live shows, but yeah, singing on the internet a lot. That was one of the selling points she had.
And there is a heavy stalking aspect to it, and that's part of the dangers. It's my wife is big into animation, and I was kind of reluctant, and she's like, "You should watch this. This is kind of grown up," and I was like, "All right." And plus, I was starting to get into more foreign film, and I'm impressed with just how mature that is. It's weird how I guess maybe it's more of an American culture thing, where if something's animated, it has to be for a specific audience. But I wouldn't show Perfect Dark Perfect Blue to any child.
I hope you don't do that, because that's child abuse there. That's like
Rick and Morty isn't for kids, but kids will watch it. South Park isn't really for kids. Simpsons isn't really for kids, but there's jokes there for them. Yeah. So it's Perfect Blue is not that.
I agree. Like, you'll traumatize kids. You'll be like, I don't want to say.
At least you'll tell them not to respect the internet and fame a little bit more.
If you do this, you will get hit by a car like the that went dark fast.
The movie did. It's not my fault.
You're amazing. I'm wondering, have you seen any of the Black Mirror episodes?
A couple I have.
Oh, what's your experience with that show? Because it's not on the title, but that's also one of the topics we will cover today. So, what season?
How much time do you have left? It's 3.5 hours in.
We used to do like 6-hour streams. It's okay.
We did 2 6-hour streams. Our stream with Barbie and Spider-Man the Spider-Verse lasted 6 hours.
I don't know if I can last that long, but wowie.
Our Saw 10 stream lasted for also 6 hours. And by the end, we needed to pull the plug because Cole was tired.
Yeah. Well, I lost my voice on one of them, but yeah.
I don't blame you. 6 hours. Shit.
Yeah. But I mean, we're lowering the topics by like on March 19th, it's gonna go down to like 3 movies instead of 5 and 1 TV show instead of like movie. 3.
Yeah.
And then just an extra comic book thing, and then
you really shouldn't follow the EFAP the EFAP blueprint. Like, 3 hours or less is usually nice and tight.
Yeah, well, I mean, we covered a lot of things just because, life is short. There's only, 4 weeks per every month. So, and, there's like thousands of fantastic movies out there. So I thought, let's just try to cover as many as possible. And we covered many, but now we have to kind of,
I'm
Yeah.
glad you worded it that way and not the other way. There's tons of fantastic movies out there, not tons of movies to shit on.
That's true.
Well, those two, yeah.
Well, there is, but it
We
seems
do
like
both.
it seems like the internet, they're more inclined to jump after shitting on something rather
Yeah.
than be an enthusiast.
Yeah. Well, those
of
people
something
just
they
don't
enjoy.
watch enough stuff either. It's like, people like that clown critical drinker where it's like, it's so obvious. Like all you people watch is like the big blockbusters, and that's why you think movies are shit nowadays. It's like, if you just dive a little deeper, which we do, then you'll find many amazing films that you wouldn't watch otherwise, such as May December, which was Multi really loved.
I
And
liked it.
also,
Yeah.
yes, and also the older decades and years that they try to say was so amazing. That's only because they're thinking about the few amazing films. There was just as much dog shit back then too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
the same guy who thinks that Old Boy is from Japan.
And I will add more to this. Like, I'm a big fan of Triangle of Sadness. That movie was so great. Have you seen it, Charles?
I have
Triangle of
not.
Sadness.
I've heard it's quite incredible.
Yeah. I mean, have you
You're
seen
a
the director's
comedian?
other films?
At least one.
Yeah, Force Majeure, The Square.
I think I saw. It's not Force Majeure. The Square I might have seen.
The Square. Interesting title. That
Yeah.
sounds boring, but if since you liked it, maybe
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
they're
boring.
great. They're great. They're great films.
Okay.
That actually won that and Triangle Sadness from him won the Palme d'Or. So,
But I highly recommend that. That's my all-time favorite movie, and like that's my
All-time?
favorite. Yeah, peak entertainment. That's a great comedy, and
Okay.
it has drama, and it also has a lot of political comments, but they are very subtle, and it's not like end-fisted or anything. It's really like interesting how they depict it. And the message they deliver is just wonderful. It's about relationship, it's about society. There's so much, and yeah, the ending is also up to interpretation. I had the darker interpretation of the end than Cole, but yeah, that's a worth watching movie. So far we covered around maybe I exaggerate a bit, but we covered around 200 movies, and this one beats them all. Cole, do
Yeah.
you think 200 is fair to say?
yeah.
with
Well, I
the
mean, no, that's fair to say because I mean, there's like 365 days a year, so 7 out of the 7 days per week we covered. That's in total like 5 films, and we did that for at least around a year. Wasn't totally consistent or so. So we did it for like a year and a half or 2 years now.
Almost
so
2
overall,
years.
so
Yeah.
overall we've covered probably like 500 films by now. But yeah.
Maybe not 500. I think it's a bit too high. But the other reason why we covered so many, it's because we had time, Cole and I. And the other reason why we will downsize the amount of movies, it's stuff happens, and maybe Cole won't have as much time in the future. So that's why we will downsize a bit to like
Yeah.
5 topics instead
I
of
mean,
like
I
8.
do still have like the time. That's why I still watch many films. It's just, I need to try to put my mind on other things too, because I
Yeah.
haven't been the best mentally, but also gonna try to do other things as well, like screenwriting. So we'll see if I fail miserably. I probably will, but yeah, at least I'll try. Also, I gotta say, I love how you have just like a homemade popcorn machine. I really want one of those.
It's not. It's a legit popcorn machine. I just happen to have Christmas lights in it, but if I had it plugged in, it can pop. It can pop.
Yeah,
theater
I
theater
definitely
grade
want to
corn.
buy one of those. Yeah, in the
Yeah.
future. Like that's one of my goals, just like kind of a home theater thing. Like not a big one, but just like a one for like just a size for like maybe 4 people or so. Just a miniature room version of it, and with one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 ounces is what you're looking at, and you'll never eat microwave popcorn ever again because once you have like theater grade popcorn in your house, You're just not eating other types of popcorn. It's like I'm such a snob about it now, or it's just like ugh.
Yeah. I mean, corn nuts are still good if you ever tried those.
Still don't compare to theater popcorn. I'm sorry.
Wow. So we will keep Black Mirror for last. I'd suggest we move on to Lucifer. So it's a really good TV show. I highly recommend as well. And since you haven't seen it, Cole, we will try to keep it as lightly and vague as possible so it doesn't get any spoiler there. But
Yeah.
so it's a really good show. You should try it. It's a like a crime drama, but it's also a comedy. I do think there's a lot of humor, and it's good humor. Would you say the same, Cole?
Oh yeah, for the most part, yeah. Also, when you first said that we were gonna watch this show, I honestly thought I was thinking like of a whole other like different show that I thought you said instead. I think it was God, what was the name of it? I think like Lexer or something like that.
Dexter.
God,
But that's
Dexter,
in a
right?
far
Dexter, yeah.
future. We will cover that in the far future, but yeah.
Right. So yeah, for this season, yeah, that it was definitely a drop off. I mean, I wasn't as big of a fan of the show in season 1 and season 2 as you were, but the first 2 seasons were still great. Season 3 was a big drop off for me. I still love Tom Ellis in the role, and I think he did an even better job with season 3 because he got more into the character, I think. And I also think it started out really good and promising to me with what they were touching on and setting up. But it honestly dragged on a bit, and I wasn't as into it really as the first 2. I didn't love the stupid love triangle stuff. I usually don't have like much of an issue with it, even if it's a cliche per se in films, just because it's usually done well where I don't even notice it, or it's just not something I really care about too much. But yeah, this was just done poorly though. It's not even just the fact that it's like the idea of it. I think what they try to make it like different and interesting with him coming to terms with like all of his feelings and stuff and being kind of human like that. And I think like it's creative, it's unique, the idea of what they tried doing with it. So that's not my issue with it. My issue is just it was executed horribly, and with like the performances and stuff there from like the other 2, I didn't like it. And also, sadly, they felt the need to increase the size of this season by adding so many filler episodes and bonus episodes, which I think added nothing to it. That was mainly episode 11 and episode 7 as well. And I will just say I forgot to do my favorite 3 and worst 3 episodes this week. And I wouldn't be able to predict yours, so I'm just gonna like skip that for this. But I'll make sure to do it for season 4 next week.
Okay.
But just to give you an idea, what probably 2 of my worst ones would have been, it probably would have been those. But yeah, I do feel like the whole thing with his devil's face and the wings in this season was cool, and also him contemplating killing the Sinner Man. I think that was all cool. Overall, though, much weaker season, but it was still solid.
Yeah, so I'd say, you know me, I truly hate Love Triangle. Like, it's disgusting. I hate it. Just don't do that. We don't need this crap, But here, I will come to the rescue. Here, I will defend it, and I will find fair argument to defend both Love Triangle. Even if usually I hate this crap, and I'm clear on that. I hate Love Triangle. In this 3rd season, it actually made sense what they did and what they tried. So, Love Triangle number 1. Pierce's story and character needed said Love Triangle to work. That was his plot and the mystery to break the curse. It also added to Lucifer and Chloe dynamics, solidifying their status, pushing Lucifer back to his devil's day. It also added the Chloe characters, giving her more growth than what she got from her relationship with Lucifer in the early stage of the season. And now you're like, oh, so Chloe missed being loved. And now that new person filled that void in a way nobody else. And she also makes it clear that since then she hasn't seen anybody. And that's true. The closest thing she had was Lucifer, but we all know all that went. So it really added to Chloe character. You're like, oh, this is a character. And other episode I like that trait of her, that she's workaholic. Like, even when she's partying and stuff, she will still think of work. And she will be like, when I'm not with my kid, I'm at work. And this is something very relatable. I used to be like her many years ago, and that did me dirty, you know? So a lot of Chloe's struggle was relatable. And I feel like that love triangle was kind of needed, because it also brought growth to Lucifer, because he realized, oh, if he doesn't take care of what he cares for, he may lose it. And that fear of loss made him scared. And he was afraid. He was basically turning into like a normal person. So because of all of that aspect to that love triangle, I forgave them. Dear love triangle, you are not an issue for me this season. So love triangle number 2. Added more depth to Linda, Amanda, and Maze. Was used to show how much all of the 3 characters got a lot of their growth since season 1. Amanda realizing humans aren't that bad. Maze realizing she's also very similar to humans, even if she also hated humans. Linda realizing she needs to listen to herself and her needs. And this is another struggle, very relatable, because people are like, I put others before myself, and I pay the price. And the one day you will get something for you, you will want it, even if it's wrong, even if you hurt others, you feel like you deserve that thing. So because of that complexity, I forgave that other love triangle. So again, I have other issues with this season. This season is the weakest. But yeah. So okay. Now I addressed both love triangle. My issues are the season 2 episode. The season was 2 episodes too long. Even if 25 wasn't filler per se, it wasn't important to what was going on in season 3. It felt like something they should have introduced earlier in the season, or in season 4. It didn't feel needed to season 3, despite adding Azrael, an interesting character, creating a good new dynamic with Ella and Lucifer. It was filler. Well, it's not necessarily filler, but it wasn't needed. It's like mixed filler, I'd say. It's somewhere in between. And it's sad. Issue number 2. Ella and Dan character didn't get much growth. Dan did get a bit more, but he still feels the same as when the season started. He only now accepts his past and does grieve over Charlotte. Ella, on the other hand, did get more backstory, but her character didn't evolve or changed as a result of this season. That's sad. Ella feel wasted. I gave her a pass in season 2 because she was a new character, and that was the season with the most characters, so they needed to juggle around a lot of character. And now all they really did in season 3 was fleshing out the cast and adding a new character. But again, when they added that new character, they took away screen time from others. So the balance felt right in season 3, but Ella didn't get any favor. And it's sad. I really want to care and enjoy and like that character. Ella could be amazing. She has the potential. She is entertaining. The actress is doing a good job, but they just don't know what to do. They don't know how to evolve that character. And now she had like, let's say we caught all of the episodes she's not in. So far she got at least 20 episodes for herself because she was there in entire season 2 and in season 3. And I feel like she is at the same place she was in early. That's as simple as that. So it's disappointing. Number 3, the season wasn't as consistent as past episodes. The issues are more often found in every episode, and the overall quality of the show felt weaker than season 1 and 2. How many times I said that episode is a 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. In season 3, there are a lot of 10s, but not as many as before. We got a bigger season. You had more chance into hitting the right thing, but you failed. Now, I did sound really negative, but there's still a lot of things to like. Lucifer growth. He realized, oh, I may lose Chloe. And at the very end, Lucifer is like, I will stop fighting my father. I will actually let things go because I don't want to lose what I got. I don't want things to get worse. And now he ended someone's life. Wow. That was kind of self-defense to some extent, but he really wanted to do that. That was amazing. Pierce as a villain. He is hands down the best villain we had in the show. What did you think of Pierce as a character, Cole, outside of the love triangle shenanigans? What did you think of Pierce?
I like the actor. I wanted more out of the character. That's all.
Okay, well said. Amadeus' growth was great. I really like the fact that now he realized, oh, maybe human and angel are the same. Maybe we are master of our destiny, and it's not really Father that's responsible of that. And that's great. I like that. The action was on point. I will say the action in season 3 was above season 1 and 2. Like the fights, the action. What did you think of the action this season?
Right. I think that was actually one thing I forgot. I put it in my notes, but yeah, I did actually like the action a lot in this season. There were things I thought were downgrades compared to season 1 and season 2, but I did like the action in this season.
Well, I'm not crazy then. We agree
Yeah.
on that. Next up would be lots of episode feels very creative, shaking up a bit the formula. That's amazing. We need that. It's season 3. You need to reinvent aspect of your show.
Yeah, I just didn't like the execution of what they like. I liked what they were doing. The scenes felt flat to me.
Yeah. So next up would be, despite having the longest season, the overall season-long story still felt very strong, with only 2 episodes being more filler-ish. But again, it's mixed filler, because both episodes did bring interesting spin on stuff. Both episodes did brought something else to the story, but they were not needed. That's the sad part, but I still feel like that entire season was solid. It was strong. Now I can see 11, but I can't remember what happened in 11. But if I remember correctly, that's maybe not in my worst 3, but maybe that's like in my worst 5. So maybe we dislike it for different reasons. But yeah, the music, again, they choose the music very well. It's on point. I like so much what they choose to put as music. It adds something. You feel more the story and the scenes and what's going on in the show with the music. That's just amazing. Next up would be the best episodes are better than some of the season 1 and 2 best episode. That's the thing. They fly very high, but there's just so many lows that season 1 and 2 didn't add. It's sad. So yeah, I got so much to say, man, because that season, and I like this show so much. So I will try to be brief. So my top 3 episode also got a few honorable mentions, but the top 3 is episode 23, my favorite, rock solid, 10 out of 10. That's the episode where Charlotte dies by accident, and it's sad, and it made me feel something about a character they did flesh out very well. So yeah, rock solid episode. And yeah, episode 24 is my second favorite episode this season because finally Chloe sees the truth. She now realized Lucifer wasn't lying. He is the devil. Even if she doesn't believe it, even if she sees that he is a good man, now she sees the truth. And this is why I am so excited for season 4. What will be their relationship, their dynamic? So yeah, episode 24, rock solid. Episode 17 is another really good episode. If I remember correctly, 17 is the episode with the star, the singer that is being targeted. Maybe I'm too crazy. Maybe that's one of my honorable mention, but I'm pretty sure 17 is the one with the singer. And the biggest reason why I mentioned that there, this episode showed us that Lucifer has changed. It was all about bedroom fun in season 1 and 2. He is no longer like that. In season 3, he could have slept with that girl, but he didn't. And his reason is, I'm not in the mood. So now, Lucifer is someone that's sensitive. He is no longer that womanizer, that person that will just sleep around because they are pretty or because they are good looking. Now he needs that connection. He doesn't sleep with her not because she is ugly, because he clearly thinks she is beautiful. He doesn't sleep with her because he doesn't like her. She is obnoxious. He hates her. That's why they don't sleep together. And she is a guest. She had one episode, and in that one episode, she has shown great depth that I liked a lot. So this is why episode 17 is really good. But again, that's one of the top picks this season, but it doesn't even make the cut to top 10 episodes because we could argue maybe that episode is filler. I don't think it's filler, but I could see someone saying, yeah, it's filler. And I will be like, I will try my best to defend it, but I don't know if I can. That's the thing. So yeah, my honorable mention. Episode 13, despite being weaker, had probably my favorite action sequence so far in the entire show. That's the episode where Lucifer goes into a bar and he beats down everyone and he gets someone to admit something. The fight scene was wow, pushing people through walls, punching people, taking bullets and laughing. That was like, wow, that was like Daredevil good, the all-way fight we had there. But again, that episode didn't make the cut because it had one or two issues, I can't remember. But the action was on point. And now I got 3 other honorable mention because they were all 10 out of 10. And that was really hard because one of these 3 could have been in third place instead of 17. I speak about episode 21, 15, and 10. These are really good episodes I liked a lot for a lot of different reasons. Now, when it comes to the worst 3 episode, we got episode 12, in first place, and now I will look into my note. I want to see what's wrong with episode 12. Okay, episode 12. Um, this is, I think, the lowest score I ever gave to a Lucifer episode, which was the 8 out of 10. First issue, Charlotte dialogue felt off. Weird dialogue about love triangle. And again, I like the love triangle, but I feel like something didn't work there. Dialogue with Dan was weird. So the dialogue was the biggest sin of episode 12, and that's probably my least favorite episode in the entire show. Coming in second place in the worst tree. Where are you? Second place, worst tree. Episode 22. And that one, I'm looking into my notes. Episode 22 had a 9 out of 10, which is kind of low for this show because I've given so many 10s. So, May's character became one-dimensional. She's just a roadblock with only a goal. Ella feels like another plot device. Dan feels like another plot device. Again, two of my issues are my issues with this season. Dan and Ella, they are weaker characters, and there was so much emphasis on them. Now, Maze wasn't an issue for me in the entire season because she had a character arc. And as I was watching, I was struggling a lot with Maze, but in episode 22, like, something broke for me with Maze, and I was like, they need to save her character with 23, 24, 25, 26. Because if they don't, I will hate her and she will be added to the roster of character that did something wrong. But thankfully, she had a character arc that kind of solved very well by the end. So I let it slide. But in this specific episode, she really got under my skin. I was like, what's going on with her? Where are they taking her? Really? And the last in the worst tree would be episode 25. Episode 25, I like the idea. And again, I will repeat myself. It's mixed. Parts of it is filler because this episode is not really connected with the season. And they even list that episode as a bonus episode if you look in Wikipedia and that kind of stuff. So this support the idea this is filler, but the fact that Azrael is now a character that we see in the show kind of back up what we had in season 2 with the dagger that deletes angel and demons and stuff. So the Azrael character is not filler. She is important, but the story surrounding it is kind of filler, and that's the sad part. So my two issues with this episode: telling instead of showing Ella backstory. Episode 5 feels disconnected from the rest of the season. It's almost filler, but it wasn't. It felt like it could have been a season 14. And I'm sure if they develop more Ella character in season 4, that could have worked much better, but it just didn't work there. And episode 26 is in fact filler. So that's my honorable mention in the worst. So anyhow, we talked in length about Lucifer. Do you want to add something about the third season?
No, that's about it.
Okay, so before I move on to my grade of season 3, I will mention so far in the show. I will mention my top 10 episodes so far in the show. Season 2, episode 13 is by far my favorite episode we had in the entire show. So that was the episode where Lucifer died to save Chloe, and he went to hell and he had his own hell. That was a banger. That's my definition of what Lucifer should be as a TV show. Coming in second place, we got season 1, episode 12. Sadly, I can't remember because that's so far away. Do you remember this episode, episode 12, season 1?
No.
Okay, so I guess I'm not crazy. In third place, we got season 3, episode 23. It's one of my favorites. It's a banger. It's amazing. And I'm excited to see season 4 because of that episode.
Yeah, I hope season 4 improves.
Me as well. I have high expectation.
Yeah, yeah. They this didn't need to be 26 episodes. This was ridiculous, and it's almost like they tried pulling a Walking Dead.
Yeah. Um, Coming in fourth place, we got season 2, episode 10. I can't remember. Do you remember?
No, I don't. Again, I don't really remember like the individual episodes.
Yeah. So coming in fifth place, we got season 2, episode 6. Sixth place, we got season 1, episode 7. Seventh place, we got season 1, episode 2. One of the best so far. It's impressive that the second episode left that huge of an impact. Coming in eighth place, we got season 3, episode 24. Coming in ninth place, season 2, episode 5. And in the last place, season 1, episode 8. And if a season 4 episode make the cut, then another season 1 episode will vanish. Anyhow, I do think this season deserves a really strong 9 out of 10. I liked it a lot, but it's a downgrade. I gave freaking 10s to season 1 and 2. This feels like a genuine and big drop off. And if they don't level up the playfield, if I still have some of the similar issues with 4, maybe 4 will only get worse. So what would be your grade out of 10 for the third season of Lucifer?
6 out of 10.
Okay, 6 out of 10. Very interesting. So Black Mirror is the last.
Yeah, episode 3 of season 4, I guess.
Yeah.
This, I would say, is kind of similar to other episodes in like season. Actually not season. Like sort of similar to like episode 2 of this season. I would say, where I would say the execution of it is something that I feel like they could have expanded on more with like the premise, but that's still what they gave us was still great. And I would, once again, I would say that's kind of the same as this episode 2. But yeah, I thought it just could have been a bit better because of that, but nonetheless, just the way many scenes play out is really chilling and has a lot of creative and depictions of it, of just like everybody so well. The main actress especially is fantastic. She's, as she usually is in the majority of things. Like, I don't know if you remember that film To Leslie Too Much that we watched last year for the award season, but it was like about the film. Yeah, the film where it's like the person who won the lottery but then like lost all her money.
Oh, that was the lead actress? Oh.
Yeah, same actress. So yeah, she was usually great in a lot of things, and she was great in this. I also like, the supporting cast too. And just like the whole fucking, just how she was caught at the very end as though she was just fucking hilarious. I love it. Good Lord. But yeah, such a very dark film, and just like the fucking turn she takes to hide all the evidence with like killing that guy and fucking killing the baby. Just good Lord. Insane. But yeah, really enjoyed it. And I think it has a lot of powerful messages to it with just like, memory and everything. And just like, yeah, if this were to happen, then yeah, I mean, whether somebody's guilty or not, good Lord, memory can really, really fuck with people. But yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that. Do you want to add more?
No, that's about it.
Okay, so episode 3. First issue, plot convenience bumping into the guy in the middle of a cold wasteland. Oh yeah, that's when they got the car crash early in the movie. Like what the f that guy was doing on the streets? Like okay, whatever, they hit him and boom. Um, Next up would be plot convenience: the car accident happening as the girl look at the window. Um, but yeah, the message about memory being used the wrong way is amazing. It's worrying a lot, and it's crazy how they turn that character into a serial murderer. That's entertaining, and that's something that will happen if we force people into having these implants, so their lives can be like whatever. Like they place a chip to read your mind and stuff. So yeah, if we have that kind of take, the number of murder will just increase. Because people will be like, "Oh, I don't want to leave any witness because they can remember." um, so yeah, that's ironic how what's supposed to help really harms society and people. Killing a baby, man, that's dark. That's the darkest moment in the show. Um, but yeah, I thought a lot of the ideas were good. The episode was entertaining. I liked it, but it's not one of the best. It's like something in the middle. Um, I don't have much more to say. Uh, Getting rid of a body was entertaining, and the memory take, I can see that happening because we are so obsessed with like having new techs and new toys to play with that we may trade that one day and look at the cost of it, more lives. So episode 3 for me is a 9.5 out of 10 because I still add 2 issues. What about you, Cole?
I would give this a 7.5.
Okay. Final episode for this week. Um, I will say from the get-go, I had no issue whatsoever. This episode was rock solid. The opening sequence was entertaining. The weird date was entertaining. The bedroom scene was entertaining. Funny artificial intelligence generated relationship was cool because I can't see that happening. People always seek for that perfect match, and they have these tech that can guide them. But when you listen to a guide too much, maybe you will mess up. Maybe you will be wrong. Maybe the guide is wrong. Like maybe turn off that machine and just listen to your art. You're not a machine, you're a person. The message about love was great. uh Weird relationship feels grounded because this is how disconnected people are becoming. um we want connection, but we want it too hard, and a lot of scenes were hilarious. um the people not working because they listen too much to artificial intelligence is also very accurate. So yeah, I don't have much more to say. Again, excited episode. I liked it so much. What did you think of episode 4?
Yeah, I agree. Completely agree with everything you said. I thought this was a fantastic episode. It's one fairly similar to the San Junipero episode from season 3. I think that's how you pronounce it. With how it's a more basic premise for a Black Mirror episode, but that everyone thinks was excellent in its execution and how well made it is. And I would have to agree. I thought this was probably the best in this season. Maybe I would have to. I don't remember. Was this the best in the season? Possibly. I don't actually. Actually, yeah, I think it was the one I gave the highest rating to. But yeah, just the way it's directed, and with the cinematography and editing and music and tone is just so phenomenal. The acting is fantastic. The comedy and writing is fantastic, and perfectly just like God, it depicts all of this, and like, and just like the human connection and everything with like the story it's telling. God, perfectly just shows in a like a I don't want like a fantasy reality the flaws with dating apps that people use today. I think Now,
It's not
if I
that.
would have,
It's different. Dating apps, they don't really suggest. They just
yeah. Well,
show.
yeah. I'm not like
Yeah,
criticizing dating apps. I think dating apps is
they
perfectly
suck.
fine. Like I'm
They
not
they
one of those.
suck. I used to be a user of that, and I gladly and
Yeah,
happily
well,
say they suck.
I'm not a user of it, and I don't like it. But I'm just saying it's perfectly fine. Like it can, like depends, on the person. It can work for certain people. So I'm not saying it completely sucks like other people. It's whatever. But I'm just saying, it perfectly shows the flaws of it, though. But and many other things. If I had to criticize like one thing, though, out of everything, it would probably be the ending felt a bit rushed, but that would be my only complaint.
Okay. Do you have something else you'd like to add?
No, that's about it.
So for me, that's a 10 out of 10 episode. This episode was above episode 2, but below episode 1. So I think it was above like the one with the mother, but it wasn't as good as the one with the crazy guy that wanted to create clones. Um, but yeah, that's how I would rank it. That's one of the top tier episodes of Black Mirror. So
Yeah, and I would give this a 9 out of 10, I guess.
9. That's very close. I had a blast this week. You were the happy surprised. I was sad I would talk alone about Lucifer season 3, but you came, so here we are. I cannot wait
Yeah,
for next week.
yeah, and enjoy. Okay, well, I would say in episode 5 of season 4 has kind of low ratings online, and it's something that you might not enjoy. It's not something like as like a dramatic episode or something with like messages. It's more of like a basic like post-apocalyptic episode, but with like a spin, like about like something different that is relevant to today. And it does have like one kind of message with like humanity at the very end with like the last shot, but for the most part, it's a lot more basic, and I don't know if you'll like it, but so I won't say that one, but maybe you'll like the episode. I'm sure you'll like episode 6. So, but yeah, okay. All I'll say though is just enjoy those 2 episodes of season 4, the last ones of season 4. And try to enjoy them. They're not the best in season 4, but enjoy them because it's all downhill from here.
Cannot wait to roast the shit out of it. Speaking of roast, next week, Halo. And Dre will, I hope you will start watching.
Yeah. But you never know. Maybe you'll actually like these seasons of Black Mirror, because I will say like one out of 3 of the episodes of season 5 is considered above average. It's fairly good, and not all the episodes in season 6 are like considered bad or anything. There's mainly only like 2. The others are considered like average or kind of solid too. So maybe you'll actually like them. Maybe they're actually your thing. I'm just saying in comparison to like the rest of the show, like all the seasons before, like even the good ones, to me, just they come nowhere close. They just like run out of ideas.
Oh, that's worrying. I don't want to see that.
To me at least, but maybe you'll see it differently. We'll see. I mean, at least with like certain parts. There are 2 episodes though, specifically one in season 5 and one in season 6 that we'll definitely agree on because everybody fucking hates them. One of them is with like that one actress from like Bullet Train, and then another one is with Miley Cyrus, I believe, in it. So and they're considered absolute garbage. I haven't actually seen the Miley Cyrus episode in a while, so I'll be revisiting that to see how bad it actually is. But yeah,
that's sad.
Yeah, well, actually, the good news though is you won't see it this week though, because well, actually, sorry, not this week because we're still covering season 4, but you won't see it the next week after either because it's the 3rd episode, not episode 1 or episode 2. So at least you'll have 2 weeks before you have to see it.
Yeah, that's one positive. You're right.
Yeah, one positive. Yeah.
That's amazing to hear. Uh, Cole, you're great. I'm glad you came in. That was again a very happy surprise. It was like the candy you didn't thought you would get.
Yeah.
Now you're compared to food because
God.
I'm hungry. Uh,
Jesus Christ. Yeah,
anyhow,
I will actually just say though, the fifth episode of season 4 is actually like one of the shorter ones in like the show's history, so that's actually good. So it should be easier for you this week a bit.
perfect. That's
Yeah,
good to
it's
know.
like 40 minutes long or something, so that's good.
Hell yeah! I want that. um,
At least I from my memory. If I'm wrong, then God, you're gonna like fucking hunt me down.
anyhow, cool. Thank you a lot. And I will also tell you this. I told the guys yesterday because we had a stream yesterday, but next week is weird. I'm still on my formation at work, and it's week 4. And technically speaking, it's 5 weeks. So the next 2 weeks are very decisive on what's going on, and I don't know if we will still uh, stream Tuesday. I hope we can stream Tuesday. I will know tomorrow. After my shift tomorrow, I should have my schedule for next week. Worst
Yeah.
case scenario, I will call my boss and ask him what's going on next week.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have to stream on like Thursday or stuff again, it's fine.
Yeah.
There are like streams sometimes planned like once in a blue moon on Thursday, but they happen later anyway, so it's fine.
So the plan A, the dream plan, is we stream Tuesday and Wednesday as usual. Tuesday, RedBlue, Wednesday, Window to Our Mind. And situation B, case number B, my schedule doesn't allow it. So we will move it either on Thursday or Monday. We'll move the streams around. The only sure day we will not stream is Friday. Friday we don't stream because I know Gray cannot. That's the worst day for him. So if we move RedBlue, we will move RedBlue either Monday or Thursday.
Okay, just make sure like if you're moving it on a Monday, just make sure you give like a big heads up in advance. So then,
Yeah.
because then if you don't, then people will have like 6 days the next week to try to watch everything.
Yeah, so I will give a update as soon as I know. I should know
Mhm.
tomorrow. I will give heads up, and there's also option C, and I really hope option C doesn't happen. But if it does, it does. Option C is we move it to Saturday or Sunday. So we would have like two streams
Mhm.
really close from each other because I hope 2 weeks from now things go back to normal. I like Tuesdays, but if I freaking work evening, forget it. We cannot do it. Like this week on Tuesday, I worked until midnight, and at midnight I'm willing to stream, but I know you have a different time zone, and for you, that
Yeah.
would be like 9 or 10 p.m., and that's
Yeah, well,
late.
it's only like an hour before like Eastern time, so it isn't too
Yeah.
crazy. But yeah, I mean, it used to be Pacific time, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But the other thing is, if we stream at midnight, we lose DC, and maybe Gray can't make it. So this is why if I'm stuck at work, we move it. That's what happened. So Tuesday I worked until midnight, so it was just not possible. And doing it earlier is also bad because then DC cannot come. I don't know about Dre or you, but like 4:30 or 5:30, which is our usual time, normal time, is perfect for myself for DC and Gray most of the time, and I think you as well. So that's like the dream time, but because of my schedule moving around and my formation, I cannot really plan this out. And this bothers me so much. And today I also learned stuff. Maybe they won't even listen to my disponibility, my availability. Like maybe they won't even respect my boundaries. That's what I heard today. But again, that's coming from an employee, so I don't know. So if this really comes down to this, I will just search for another job. But yeah, it's hectic, and I cannot wait to really do Tuesday streams again. I hope next week we can do it Tuesday, because Tuesday is like the sweet day. It's perfect. It's the day, you know. Anyhow,
Yeah, I mean, if you end up doing it on weekends, and that's cool. I'm just gonna say like, and this isn't as a negative because I'll be like taking breaks or not being around here as often as much anyway. Probably
yeah,
by March, but it will definitely then make it though that I won't be on as much probably because I do have other, like, again, recently the people that other people I've been used to do streams with, and that there's only like 2 or 3 people I had to like cut out a lot of potential streams and also other streams with people like Warren and Arkham and such from my schedule because of everything happening, and that I'll have to keep at that for the future because of everything else. But there were 3 I prioritized over, and yeah, you were one of them, which again I'll have to take a step back on more often though. But the other ones though, were on the weekends, and they do it like it's not time consuming at all, and they do it like rarely, so I'll still probably show up to those. But they haven't been doing it like recently though, because they've been busy lately. But it's usually like the morning of Sunday and also the afternoon of Sunday, and then Saturday it's usually like afternoon and night. So those 2 days, yeah, you tend to be a bit more busy than any of the other days. So yeah, that
that
will.
that's also why I say Tuesday is the perfect day, and that's why the weekend is really Plan C. If the
Yeah,
rest of the week it just doesn't work,
yeah.
because
I
it's
mean,
out of my
if it
control.
has, like, if it comes down though to like, whether or not Gray and them will be able to show up though, then just do it on the weekends. It's fine. Like, and honestly, like, again, those streams don't happen all the
Yeah,
time anyway. So if I'm able to show up, there's still a good chance I'll probably be able to. It's just more, again, it's just like less. It's just not a 100% guarantee, I'll say,
yeah,
but
and again,
it's still a good chance.
Tuesday is my sweet spot, and if they don't respect me after I'm done formation and training, I will just leave. I'm not shy. I left many jobs because they didn't want to work out their schedule with me. Like, I will never be a slave. I'm willing to work. I'm willing to put the effort, and I'm someone they can rely on, but they need to respect me. And if I'm not feeling like I'm respected, I leave. That's what happened
Yeah,
with Miguel.
yeah,
Uh,
fair enough. Yeah, and I'm glad you're one of those people. Which, also, by the way, how have you been, by the way, recently with like your workout stuff?
bruh, because of my formation, I'm just too tired. I don't work out anymore. However, um, I I try to do my diet. I say I try because during the week it's more challenging because the schedule is so taxing. I said it like for like 8 years, almost 8 years. I worked overnight and evening. That's why it was perfect for me, our streams and stuff, because I'm a night worker. And for like the last 3 weeks, I got messy, man. I had most of my days are day shifts, and this drains me, this taxes me, and I need to eat. I eat more, so it's really hard for me to maintain my diet. But on the weekend, I do whatever I want, and I do my diet well on the weekend. So
Hmm.
basically, the weekend I maintain my diet. It's really the week, because if I'm too weak, on top of being too tired, I'm not working well. And this is also
Mhm.
why after the formation, if they don't respect my evening and night conditions, I'm not staying, because it's my health first. And again, I left McGill. In McGill, I liked that place. I like the people there. It was the higher ups, the management. They were all stupid, and they didn't take care of anybody. And I sent them many warnings, many red flags. But of course, because you're just the employee, they they will stand up to you and they will say, "No, that's our way." Okay, that's your way. Perfect. You know I'm about to leave, so I left. So if I left a place I liked, trust me, a new place like right now, I'm not shy. If they don't respect me after formation, I'm out. It's simple. I was about to leave the other place I was in for like the last 8 months. The only reason why I didn't leave it's because I didn't find any other jobs, but I did consider leaving. That's the thing. So I'm someone that respect others. I'm someone that can be reliable. You can rely on me, but I need to rely on you as well, if you know what I mean. If
Mhm.
there's not that kind of exchange, what's the point?
Yeah,
So yeah,
that's good to hear. But yeah, I was keeping track with keeping up with mine for the most part. But yeah, there was a time period where yeah things fell apart. So then I kind of fell off of it. But I've been back on it again for the last 2 weeks at least. So
I'm glad you're back, and I can tell, like by the sounds of your voice and by your attitude, I think you feel better. Am I right on that?
a bit better. Yeah, I mean I've been there's been other issues. The coffee thing's still a bit of an issue because obviously when you try quitting it, you have those headaches. And recently, I've been needing to do a lot of important stuff and at work, and but also with hobbies and stuff. So because of that, I've just still been drinking it because of that. Like which is just like an excuse. So I need to like try to quit it. I guess I did it with the opioids, so I should be able to do it with this quite easily. I've just been getting lazy with it. It also just became like a habit, just like the previous thing where it's like I've done it, drank it so much and so often every day where it's like without even thinking or remembering it, I'll just like drink a cup right away. Like not even because I need it or anything. It's just because I gone into like the cycle that I just forget about. But yeah, and I've been having like I guess I don't know if you know what TMJ is.
I don't.
Well, it's like got well because of like similar issues and also just like thinking about the past and everything, I sometimes like get angry and I grind my teeth and and other things, and I've done it so often for the last few years that I now like have something called TMJ where it's like sometimes your jaw gets dislocated or has
Ouch.
issues there. Yes, and it happens like at probably like every 2.5, well not 2.5, like every 3 weeks or so. And um then what basically happens after that is like your ears basically just like and jaw and just entire faces and is kind of just like in pain for like at least like 4 days or so straight, and also you just have constant headaches from it. So I need to like try to like get some treatments for it or something, and maybe like buy a mouth guard. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyhow, Cole, I'm glad you're feeling a bit better. A bit is a lot. It doesn't sound like it. It doesn't feel like it, but it's always a good thing. And man, that was fun having you. Again, you're amazing. It will be very hard once you take that break, but I fully understand, man. And again, I will remind you that even after that break, if there's an end to that break, you will always have your place among us. And
Yeah. Again, I don't know for how long, and I also like you never know. Maybe I'll like pop in during it still, or
Yeah,
it'll be a very
just
short
less
time,
present.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, maybe like even when I'm like not on, like there'll be specific films I see you're covering that week where I'm like, okay, I really want to say something about it, so I'll just like quickly write something up and like send it to you for like an
Yeah.
input. But I don't know.
You're
We'll
very
see.
important to us, man, but you're also important to yourself. That's the other thing. So again, that was a great stream, and we will end that. I'm glad we had a short Willis Trivia
Right.
cameo of
Yeah.
like 10 minutes. That guy is great. I hope eventually we'll join like a bit earlier for movies he has seen. Great guy. We had him on Window to Our Mind for 2 weeks in a row. It was amazing. And we had him 10 minutes here, and it was amazing again. This is the end of the stream.